Hi everyone, happy time zone. I suddenly looked up and Dragonite was on the screen. I was like, ah! Oh wow, oh there's my big reveal on the screen, I guess. So yeah, anyway, I guess that's the up-to-date Pokédex. You guys can have a look right away. This is fine, everything's fine. Saved all those settings. Sorry, I'm just finalizing my setup. While we all settle in, I get to settle in too. This is my settling in face. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Okay, good. We're good. All right, awesome. Yeah. So that's the current Pokédex. I have finished Nidorina and Nidorino. They are in the mix. Ghastly's not, but that's because Ghastly's very, very comfortable amongst a bunch of stuffing at the moment, and I'm still really unresolved about how I want to do his gas, and I've just popped him to one side for a little bit while I work that out. But that's that. And you can see on the screen here that line I was talking about, how there's a line separating the gens. You'll get a better look at it during the break. But we have some generation breaks now. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say like we are making pretty good headway. Like this is Gen 2. Look how many are filled out. And okay, sorry, there are spoilers for last week's video, but it was last week's video at this point. So y'all would have seen it if you'd seen it. Okay, there we go. Oh, hang on. Let's put this back where it goes. So yeah, Nidorino has completed our first line. And I'm just trying to remember who else we've done. So we've done Drowsy, we've done Hypno, we've done Ghastly. So yeah, we're really, really close to finishing basically every line on this page, but we're actually way closer to, excuse me, finishing these lines than you think. It's a very nice line. It is a very nice line. Three rows is boy need one to finish. I'm not sure I understand that. Yeah, no, Ghastly's just sort of like been put on the back burner so I don't let it like completely stop me moving forward. And I was fine and had an idea right up until I like literally plonked him in a pile of stuffing. And I'm just like, well, that just looks perfect, doesn't it? Okay, cool. What am I supposed to do about that now? I don't know. Do you guys want a better look at the Pokemon from last week's video? Because I've got my camera here. Let me just set it up. We're just going to be a little freeform. For a bit. Let's see. Camera. Menu. Let's be strumming. And there's a cable. Okay. Okay, we're looking a little yellow, but we're there. I don't want to move this camera too much because I understand it made some people seasick last time. But hopefully you can see that okay. So we've got Letty in there. We've got little Staravia, who I'm very, very pleased with, I have to say. A little Politoed who, I'm sorry, now has... Politoed now has his toe beans. Somebody pointed that out to me, and I have fixed it. We have Blaziken. I added the knee pads to the good little Gabite as well. Some little knee spikies. And then, of course, we also have Jirachi, the literal child. Oh, they're all falling over back there now. And I also haven't quite shown you these yet. This is Nidorina. And the one who used to look like a potato is Nidorino. So they are Prince Gelato and Princess Sorbet. And they're very happy together. That's enough of that. Okay, and we turn that back off, and we're back. Okay, now I can see chat again. Yeah, I've heard that the colours that I picked for Gabite are the shiny colours, but I think it's just down to, like, I have the colours that I have. It wasn't a deliberate thing, but if he looks shiny, awesome. You're getting Modigliana from the Ferals vibes from Nidorina. I don't think anyone outside of Australia is going to get that reference, but I agree. Yeah, okay, cool. So today's theme requires a little bit of explanation. The funnest kind. So for this week's theme, I handed over a list of the remaining Pokemon to my sister-in-law, who is also just happens to be one of my very good friends. She hasn't played Pokemon since the very original, like the original grey, green, red, but she did know the Gen 1 Pokemon. So I just want to like set up her level of knowledge, so I don't necessarily think it has a lot of impact on today. And sorry, she has given me a theme, and that theme is here somewhere. Today's theme is the heist. Okay, we've assigned some Pokemon some jobs. We have not centered it on the screen, but I'll fix that now. So there we go. So for today's heist, we have a Pokemon acting as a distraction. One of them's cutting the power, one of them's cutting the glass, one of them's making the grab, and one of them's making the getaway. So those are the 5 options. We are probably only making 2 today, even though there are 5 options. Just is what it is. So let's get that poll started. Start a poll, start our heist. So we can't make our getaway until we've made at least one of the others. You know what I mean? The heist hasn't started yet, so it makes sense that the getaway is last. So there you go. You guys can pick. Do you want to make the distraction, the person cutting the power, person cutting the glass, or the person making the grab? Yeah, that's what I got for you. We have made 137 of the 151 Gen 1 Pokemon, and that is a lot. That's a lot. I'm a little pokeyed out at the moment. There are potential spoilers in the background. They are currently hidden by my body, but I move around a little bit. So in general, if you do not look for spoilers, you should not see spoilers, but if you go hunting for them, you're going to spoil yourself for the next episode of Soul Silver, which is probably going to be not the next week coming, but the week after for the release. I think I'm going to do just like a little video in between, something that's just a little bit less work intensive, so that I don't have to skip another week. So yeah. It's cool on the shiny Gabite. So many shinies are just a little off in color from the original. Yeah, like when Poliwag came up during the last playthrough, I was like, oh, that's the exact same color. But then as it walked along behind me, I'm just like, oh no, that's actually kind of a prettier color, but it's basically the same color, but prettier. It's like if you took the same color and just added like luster dust or glitter to it. It's pretty. Hiding purple in 5? No, it's not a hide. It's just like, hey, I am completely free of any kind of responsibility today. I did not come up with the theme. You have to start with the distraction, right? Well, no, maybe this team decides they didn't need a distraction and go straight to cutting the power. Or maybe they just decided to make the grab and run. You never know. This heist is entirely in your hands. It'd be really funny to me if, like, we end up with, like, for example, the distraction and the getaway. I'm just like, cool, there was no heist here today. So based on who you pick, we're going to have to work out if there was a heist or not. You guys are fairly decisive at this point, so I'm going to start rummaging around looking for colours. Oh, cool, I've got all of those up there already. And those are on top. I think we're good. Cat crime update. He just stole a mouthful of dried pasta from the box. He clearly needs more attention. And more pasta. I'm guessing the last time he encountered pasta, it was covered in some sort of like delicious cheesy or meaty sauce, and is probably just as put out as you are at the mouthful of dried pasta he now has. Hi, Andy. Maybe cutting the power is the distraction, maybe. Loot, for a second you had me thinking I'd made a typo on the thing and actually wrote cuts the grass, but it's glass. What the doors mean? Oh, right, sorry, yep. Today's theme is the heist, where I gave the Pokemon over to someone else and they assigned 5 Pokemon roles in our heist. So we have 1 Pokemon that acts as the distraction, 1 cutting the power, 1 cutting the glass, 1 making the grab, and 1 making the getaway. So we're now just picking who actually made it to the job. The last time he had pasta was this morning when he stole a mouthful of your mac and cheese. Well, that's it. He thinks he's getting a mouthful of mac and cheese. The colours of the doors are not tricks. I would never try to trick you like that. Oh, you think in the middle of the heist, one of the Pokemon is stopping to cut the grass. Couldn't help it, the grass was just so overgrown outside that bank. That said, I really wish I had to put like a cut the grass one in there, because how funny would it have been if like the other four are like super focused on their goal and one of them's just like casually gardening off in the corner. Just like, okay, no heist was done here today, just a little gentle landscaping. All right, let's close this off. You guys have made your decision. Alrighty, so it looks like the person we're making first is number 2, Cuts the Power, with 41% of the vote. Then came number 3 at 25%, number 1 at 18%, and number 4 at just 15%. So we are starting off our heist by cutting the power. And by that, I mean, give me a second. There we go. Sorry, for some reason it didn't occur to me to click on the right window. Let us move up here, and we're going to erase door number 2, and we're going to find out who cuts the power. Thankfully, it's somebody qualified to do so. I can already hear the squeeze of excitement from people watching the replay. Oh, look who finally decided to join the party! Here's looking right at you. Ah, stop erasing door number 1. There we go. We're making Raichu. Okay, folks, it clearly says glass. That's an L. He is the most qualified electric potato, I agree. Maybe the distraction is the grass being cut. Maybe daiquiri. Alright, so yeah, okay, cool. We're going to start off with Raichu. I don't think I've shown this screen yet today. Hey, Torty. Fiddled with the focus a little bit, so we're just going to have to work out if it's better or worse than last week. I think it's a little overexposed, but we'll work it out. Alrighty, Raichu as our 138th Pokemon. Let's tick off that number. And Hypno ran off with my sprite, but I'll try and find it. These things happen, you know. Yeah. Some different jobs come with different struggles, and mine is that Hypno just ran off with my sprite. There you are. The tail makes it very difficult to put you anywhere, friend. You're just always pointing at something. I'm going to draw in that top corner. I guess you're going to have to be down here covering up a little bit of chat. But chat will be readable as it moves up the screen. Your favorite wheat sneeze? Oh, Raichu! Okay, I'll let us draw us a little portrait. This is all that's left of my pencil. I refuse to replace it at this point out of loyalty. But it does keep getting shorter. I need to replace it before I can no longer read what kind of pencil it is so I can get the same one again. Sparky works. I have no issue with that, but let me just look up Pikachu's name for y'all so that we have a starting point. Okay, Pikachu's name was just Bolt, and I think that's because we put a literal bolt inside it to act as the weight. You know, these things happen. So, yeah, Raichu's name is wide open. Speaking of which, I need so many names. We need to start doing some homework because I need names for a bunch of the Gen 1 Pokemon who got made in various ways. And I don't have names for them yet. So, if we settle on a name for Raichu quickly, we'll get started on like Bulbasaur or something like that. I'm not gonna write you a love song. Okay, Potato Boy. Now, he's leaping in his sprite, but we're not leaping him. He needs to be able to stand up, so I'm going to just adjust him a little bit. Oh, I should look up the butt pics on the Discord. Hey, thank you, Mr. Bones. Yeah, the tail is so long. The rest of him shouldn't be too hard. I mean, his feet have, like, toe beans and 2 colours and, like, okay, the feet are needlessly complicated for what they are. I suppose that's kind of just describing all feet, though. Just a little reminder off to one side. I'm not happy with that exposure. Sorry folks, give me 1 second to just fiddle with this again. I want you all to be able to see, even if it is a little dark. Okay. We have a little nose. I find like one of the things that can most make a drawing look like more or less like what you're trying to draw is that's the distance you get the eyes away from one another. It's just like positioning the eyes is just the stressful moment. You've got just little nubs for arms. But again, he has to be fancy with it, and they're 2 different colours. I'm not convinced this looks anything like him. Let's chuck some ears on, maybe that'll help. Don't know how I'm making the shape for the ears. The ears are the only thing that I'm just like, how? And we'll either work it out together or we won't. Because like I've just drawn them and I'm still not really sure what shape they're meant to be. So we're going to have to explore them a little bit more. Oh, and then we have the tail of Endless Tail. We'll see if I actually did this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, wow, the name list is long. He's just another potato with ears and limbs and a big long tail. Yeah, but it's the ears in particular that, like, see how many, like, little bits and pieces they have? And they're 2 different colors and they're only a little flippy bit. The ears are going to be the tricky bit, but we have to make so many of these other pieces before we can make the ears, because otherwise they will not end up in scale with everything else. That's just how that works. No cheek. Oh, wait, yes, we've got cheeks. I just didn't draw them. Oh, wow. I apologize for how low I did those cheeks. Ow, what am I doing? Okay. I did my best. I did my best. I have no regrets, as the Rockets would say. This is what Pikachu looks like today. Do you feel old yet? Ah! A grown-up version of a child actor burdened with the weight of the previous success. Mr. Bones, I'm gonna need you to lighten up about ½ degree. Not a lot, just a little bit. Where are you, my little Pika friend? I thought I saw you recently. But I might have seen you recently as I stuffed you into a bag. That's so funny. I had Pikachu out for the longest time. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Hold on 1 second. I'm still here. You have not been abandoned. I'm very claustrophobic in this room today. I am like surrounded by stuff on all sides, so making any kind of movement doesn't really work. Yeah, okay, cool. There we go. So there is Bolt. little bolt. So Raichu, we don't want to be much bigger than this. Really nailed that tail though, didn't I? Look at that. Oh, and he's got a little magnifying glass because he's Detective Pikachu. Okay, cool. So we need some colors now, and I feel like this is the most Raichu color. Oh wow. There we go. If the focus keeps doing that, I will manually override it. So if it's annoying people, make a commotion in the chat. But that's the actual color. Oh, I'm red today. Look at that. That's the actual color. It's a little bit dark on screen here. So we've got that. We need, let's see, we need some pale yellow for some of the bits. We need a dark brown. We need a hawthorn. And I'm digging through the box of yarn. Is that brown at the bottom? Dang it, I really thought we had an open thing of hawthorn. It's one of those colours that I don't use it very often, so I don't really want two of them on the go. But alright, cool. We're raiding the shelves. Here I go. Raiding the shelves. Raiding the shelves against my will. Dark brown. Possibly looks black on screen. It's fine. Alright, next up we need cream. Not even turn the camera back on because I'm probably going to have to get back up. Oh, come on. Where are all of my colours today? This is me learning a lesson in real time about being organised. Oh, goodness sake, there's my hawthorn. Now I spot it. That one can go back on the shelf. Or just literally anywhere. I thought the cream was in that bucket, but it's not. Oh, I haven't turned the camera back on. Sorry, I am probably going to have to turn the camera back off. The darkness is not closing in. Could I just go off my notes for Pikachu and change the ears and tail? Probably. But it makes it harder for me to stream when I'm following a pattern. And honestly, this is pretty much a potato with a couple of little increases to make the little mouth. And I do want Raichu to be slightly bigger, because I do think he's supposed to be slightly bigger. So I could, but I don't know if we're going to. What other colours do we need? We definitely need cream for the belly and the soles of the feet. I know that I can see that the tail has two colours on it, but if you look at the ears, they've used that same colour to shade in like a shadow on the ear. So I'm going to just pretend that it's a shadow on the tail as well. And we're going to do the whole thing in bright yellow. I'm miffed. I'm so miffed. Where is that colour? I go through a lot of it, so I guess I'll just go grab another one. Hold on. I'm just not setting a good vibe today. The vibes are off. Ah, there it is. Cream. Okay, we are now resituated. Alright, we're good, and we're calm, and we're having a nice time. Let's start this again. Hi. Alright, so that's that dark brown that I'm talking about. I'm holding up to this camera because it shows the light, the colour a little better. In fact, those are our colours. So very Raichu-y colours. Only thing I'm a little sad about is that while this brown is as close as we could possibly hope for, it's still just somehow just not quite right, you know? It's not quite right. The drawing looks like he's mentally debating whether or not to use his belly as a bongo for entertainment. Bongo on, little dude. Hi, Jinx. Yeah, 3 don't panic, just like in the first, what, half hour? That's it, that's our entire allotment. So what happens when I have Pokemon like all over the room? I have to go all over the room to find my colours. Okay, there we go. We have our colours. Still have no room in here and it's very claustrophobic and I'm not enjoying it. Y'all are worth it though. Definitely the colour variation on the tail is shadow as shows Pokemon Go 3D pics. Oh, okay, cool. I understood some combination of those words. I don't think I read them in the right order. Okay, here we go. Alright, okay, alright. Let's do a little piece breakdown just for my own peace of mind. So, we're going to start at the top of the head like we do with Pikachu. We are going to curve out some little cheeks because I feel like that is really important for the Pika line. He does seem to be constantly hunched over, but I think that's because they gave him like really kangaroo-ish legs, which we're not doing here today. We're just going to like give him feet attached to the main base of the body. So, we will flare him out a little bit. That's the shape we're going for. From the side. All that shaping has to happen at the front and sides because we want that back to be one smooth curve. Do we want his face to pull in quite that much? I think it's supposed to. He probably will have a significantly less pronounced nose than this. And then those cheeks are like here. Okay, cool. So that's that. The foot, I've already drawn a little bit of one here. We will not be doing this nonsense. We'll be doing a smooth top, and if we like, we can just stitch on some lines. Honestly, not something we tend to bother with. The yellow underneath will have to be stitched on, but we'll probably make these as two-toned. That's not a problem. Which cam shows the yellow most accurately? Always the face cam showing the colors most accurately. There it is. That is the yellow. The cream is slightly too pale and the yellow is also slightly too pale, but in combination, these are the colors we got. So they are the ones we'll be using. Looks like the eye goes here. Here and here. Sometimes it's helpful to draw the eyes on that thing. Hands, little nubs. In two different tones. Little candy corn. Candy corn missing one of its stripes. That's a potato. That is a potato. Hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you very much, Heather. Everybody hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, for stripes at the back, it looks like we made and sewed on stripes for Pikachu. Depending on the scale of this, we might do the same thing here, or we might just stitch them on. We've become a lot braver, because Pikachu was made pretty early on. I think it was made during like our first like yellow theme. We've become a lot braver with embroidering details on, so like that is an option for us. Okay, the ears are definitely two colored. They've got one color on the front, one color on the back. They are, I'm going to draw them a little bigger than we want them to be, so I can like see what we're working with. They're kind of this shape. They have a little curl at the end, which, folks, I'm going to forgive myself if we can't get that to work based on, again, it just depends on how big or small we do it. If we were doing it really big, I know how I would do it. Really small, or the smaller we go, the harder that gets. And then they have like this orange inner piece, or yellow inner piece. But they're brown on the outside, on this side and that side. So maybe we make one brown piece and then like a little yellow swoop, and we just stitch that yellow swoop on. We can make that work. Because then, by our powers combined, we take two one-sided pieces and make it a two-sided piece. What else are we missing? We've got some cheeks that need doing. Hooray! Now the tail needs like a long tail and then a lightning bolt. Now I have tricks up my sleeve. We'll see if any of them will work for this lightning bolt. It's the fact that it's a very pointy lightning bolt that makes it a little bit harder. But we'll see if we can't freehand a piece there. So this will be two-sided, and this will just be a long chain or similar, and then we will just like swirl it around and anchor it at certain points. So this will probably be anchored to the back of the head. The tail will anchor at each of the shoulders to give it that kind of curve. We'll just try and make it work. Yes. Okay, cool. Those are our pieces. Let us grab our yarn. Actually start stitching up our little potato friend. So thankfully I have Pikachu for scale. So we'll be able to know if we're getting too big or too small. Mr. Kitten Boy has been freed from the bathroom because the oven is closed and he was kicking up such a fuss that it's easier for you just to free him and then banish him again when the oven is done. Hi, Grim Squirrel. What's up with my hair? Oh yeah, it's a little bit of a bird's nest today. So I just decided to lean into the curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hmm. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Now, with Pikachu, I don't remember how big we got, but he's somewhere, I think he's about 30. I think he's about 30 around. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And then here we go. For context, he tried to climb into the oven while I was moving racks before preheating. Is that because it's a warm, dark space? Because, like, I kind of get it. That said, with the context of what an oven is, I know better. Alright, so we've made it up to 12. We're doing great, sweetie. I think that's 12 anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is. We're on the last page of this notebook too. That's quite exciting. It's always interesting when, like, you reach the final page. That's not interesting. That's not an interesting factoid, but it's just like... The first page of this particular book is Infernape. And, like, the rest of these are just all Pokemon, I'm pretty sure. Because I do a lot of my designing just, like, in front of a computer these days, just, like, tapping it into straight into, like, a notepad. So when I fill up a notebook, it's probably full of Pokemon. And then I can't get rid of them, because, like, when you spend that much effort creating something, how are you supposed to just get rid of it? You put too much energy into it, even if it's not really something that has any use anymore. So long story short, our house is about 15% notepad between me and Mr. Bones. Hi, Hobie. You're not that late today. I barely started. So this is getting up to 18. Haven't been counting. Don't feel the need. That's not true. Definitely need to count, but not quite yet. Up to, like, the end of row 3, where we're up to 18, you can still kind of just, like, look at it and tell. Past that point, nah. Like, see that? Yeah, that's 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Woo! See? You can just tell. I can eyeball it. All I'm eyeballing. I'm not eyeballing the number of stitches around. I'm eyeballing the distance from the center. It's like, you can, as I said, you can kind of tell for the first 3 rows, but after that, best to use a stitch marker. Also important to hold on to old work so you can look back and reaffirm how much you improve. Yeah, but I feel like I have enough, like, way more accessible ways to look back, if that makes sense. Like, I've got these streams, I have the Pokemon themselves. It's like I'm looking at Bolt here, and, well, don't get me wrong, I think I nailed the little guy, but it's interesting to me that I chose to make separate pieces and sew them on, and I sewed them on with yellow, whereas, like, these days I probably would have sewed them on in red, and you wouldn't have been able to see the little stitches around. Again, we chose to make and sew on stripes, but I sewed them on with yellow, and these days I probably would have just embroidered brown stripes on it. So it's, like, interesting how even in the year and a bit since we were doing those ones there, my design sensibility has kind of shifted. Morning, Mark. Ooh, Mark, you're here really early today. You have a crochet backpack that's filled mostly with notebooks so you can relate. Yeah, I keep having to buy more IKEA furniture to store our notebooks. Like, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I gotta keep an eye on that because it's gonna become a problem. It's not yet at a problem. But, you know, there is potential for difficulties there. Alright, so I went from 18 up to 21 because I want, like, a nice curve to the top of the head. and it kind of establishes a very loose triangle to the base because we've got 3 increases, and that helps me work out which way up the cheeks go when the time comes to add them cheeks. So that's handy. Plus it means I don't have to go up a full size, just a little half size. Can be just the ticket on these little fellows so that we don't accidentally go too big. 5 single crochet and an increase. See Mr. Bones out there working on something. Alrighty, so this is... Can't tell if Raichu's slightly bigger or the same size exactly, but at least he's not smaller, and I'll settle for that. So now we'll just do around. So whenever I say hi, Mark, I'm immediately back in that moment of Mean Girls, the original Mean Girls with Lindsay Lohan, where I don't remember which character it is, but one of them goes like, hi Mark, and it goes, oh hi Mark. And yeah, that's my niche reference for the day. Nikki, no, we're not picking yellow squares today. In fact, I can probably put it up on the screen if you guys really want to see. Hold on. And we'll do that. And we'll do that. And I'll pop that back up. We're doing a heist today. So there's the heist in the bottom corner. And we picked the Pokemon that cuts the power to go first. So the other options were the distraction, cuts the glass with an L, the grab, and the getaway. So those were our options for today. Oh, whenever you hear hi Mark, you think of, oh, hi Mark. You just started Dungeon Crawler Carl? Yes! Oh my goodness. So, alright, I have hardcover copies of those books arriving, right? I've talked about them before, but 3 of the 5 of them have arrived. There are 7 books, but like it's a whole thing. 3 or 5 of them have arrived. 2 of them, fine, perfect, lovely, wonderful. One of them has been bound upside down, and it's filling me with glee. I reached out just to see if I can get a real version, but I'm low-key hoping they let me keep the misprint, because there's something just really appropriate about the fact that, oh honey, I don't need all 3 of them, but I appreciate you, I just need the little one on the bottom. So it's this book here, right? This is book, yeah, oh sorry, it's book 2. But by 3 I meant the 3rd one to arrive, but like it's book 2. And so like, this is the book, right? Oh, this is the book the right way up. You can tell because of the spine, and you can tell because of the secret title underneath the dust cover when you open it up. Look at this. Potential spoilers, don't try and read the book. But like, this book is completely upside down. If you like flip it up the other way, so now the spine is the wrong way up. Like, look, there's the front cover. Now, it has a dust cover, so it's not like a big deal. But also, I'd kind of like a normal version too. But given the subject of this book, I don't know, this would have been an appropriate thing for book 3. But yeah, it tickles me. That printing process, just from what I've been seeing on the Reddit group, has been absolutely haunted by misprints and ink smears and missing pages, and I think this is the first time I've seen an upside down, like a full-on upside down. But it's just, yeah. That is very much the chaos of the books. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, I want to reread them again in order, and that's book 2, so I'm waiting for my book 1 to arrive, which should arrive next week, hopefully. But, because I just want to read, like, the physical ones through. The problem is that because there's one problem with it, I don't know that there's not, like, missing chapters or that kind of thing. And that's why I'm still trying to get, like, an actual replacement copy of it. Otherwise, I'd just be like, this is funny, I love this, let's keep it. I want to keep it anyway, because I think it's funny, but I also just need to make sure that I have the full book, if that makes sense. Oh, the book's already important. Just you wait. The web series starts pretty soon, I think. Hey, Larissa, welcome. Good job having a power nap. We appreciate those. 12 minutes and it's a shiny new you. It's a special edition. Yeah, I have a really special edition of the first one coming in. Ordered it off Kickstarter. I think it's pretty close to 2 years now. But with like all of there's just been a whole lot of world-based nonsense, and that's all I'll say about it. And that's that has slowed down that process, but they should be shipping pretty soon. So I don't know. I'm not somebody who comfortably. I'm not like a big shopper, right? I don't tend to buy things, but like I'm really excited, and I've gotten like a reading version that matches those covers because you gotta have a matching set, so that they all match. But I've also gotten like this super special illustrated version from the Kickstarter that's gonna be signed, and it's gonna have my name in it, and I'm just like, it's a really special edition. And so that's gonna go on my special shelves in the china cabinet where I keep my Lego, because I'm one of those. And my YouTube play button. It's got like my play button, some Lego. It's got and some books of relevance and a couple of other bits and pieces. My grandma's china. And then I'm going to have my reading copy on my shelf so I can grab it and read it. You just bought the audiobooks. Good. Excellent. Jeff Hayes is a legend. He does all the voices himself. All those voices, remember this as you listen. All those voices are from the same dude. Hi.
Hey, beautiful.
I'm just ranting about Dungeon Crawler Carl again.
You were talking about the ears and how you're going to struggle with the bit?
A little bit.
He cheated. He used curlers.
I cheated. I used curlers.
It's like a little hair curlers for his ears.
That's so funny. He made me a couple little ear curlers so that I can just attach them to the bottom of the ears. Oh. Do I watch Lego Masters? I've watched like 4 seasons of it, but there hasn't been any new in a really long time, I don't think. There's a toucan set coming out in August that I'm going to get, but I'm trying really hard not to buy too much Lego that I'm not like super excited about this year, because the Pokemon collab is coming out next year and I know that's going to cost me a fortune. I can't help it. So I'm earmarking the money now so that by the time it comes around, I can just like feel good about getting it, and then we can build them together on stream if you guys want. Recently borrowed James and the Giant Peach from the library. The first 42 pages were the giraffe, the Pelly, and me, and then it cut to page 43 of James, the librarian, was baffled. Kath, this isn't the first misprint I've had either. I was reading, it was a Naomi Novik book, one of her Temeraires, I think it was book 4, and 4 or 5 chapters in, it swapped to the scene of a grisly murder in downtown London. It had gotten mixed up with a crime book. I didn't get to keep that one. I had to return it to the bookstore to get it swapped, but I worked at the bookstore at the time, so it was just not a big deal. Okay, cool. We are ready for some cheeks. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's one potential cheek placement. I think we'll go 6 and then a cheek. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6. I don't know. 6 and then a cheek? No, 5 and then a cheek, and then 7 and a cheek. We'll put them in a better place. 12, 13, 14, and then 7 back to start. I'd actually be concerned to get the books because I don't think my imagination is nearly as good as the production of the audiobook. No, that's fair, Jessica. It took me years. Like, I've listened to the audiobooks like a half dozen times. Sorry, you guys must be so sick about hearing me talk about this subject by now. But I've listened to the audiobooks so many times that in the end I decided to... But then I read, like, with my eyeballs, the last 2 books because they were out before the audiobook was ready and I didn't want to wait. And I enjoyed the process of reading them. It's very different from the process of listening to them. I actually think it's worth having both. But I'm also at a point where I just wanted to support the author a little bit more. We got most of the audiobooks using Audible credits, and so it didn't even feel like really supporting the author, and the guy is just so good. I didn't mind, like, I mean, it's a couple $100, which is a lot of money for a lot of people, and it's more money than I would normally spend as well. But to me, I've gotten so much joy out of this series, I just wanted to do something to support the author, and so I'm happy with having done it. Apparently season 5 of Lego Masters came in May of this year. Oh! I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Whenever I watch that show, I think that I'm more creative than I am, and I start trying to design my own Lego, and it never goes well. I'm very good at following instructions. Which is funny, because in crochet, I'm the other way around. One, 2, 3, 4. Hi. Sorry, Mr. Bones is now standing in the doorway trying to block the noise because he's boiling the kettle for some coffee. Working in a library, misprints are surprisingly common but very easy to miss until brought to our attention. That's what I mean. It's just like I have identified one misprint with this particular book. I don't want to risk there being another one in the middle of it if it's already gone wrong somewhere. Like if it's already gotten flipped upside down, pages might have gotten misplaced in as well. And I want to make sure I have a full copy of the thing. That said, if this was something that I bought from the author directly, because he used to self-publish, before he got his big publishing deal. That's what I mean. These books are good. They're legitimate now. Yeah, if I bought it from him directly, I probably would have just like sucked it up, laughed about it, and moved on. But because like it's from a publishing house and it's like I want to make sure that it's the full version, I'm a little bit more willing to be like, hey, can I get a replacement for this? But also, can I keep it? Thanks. If they say you have to send it back to get a replacement, I'm just going to keep the upside down one. I like it. You have the best ever misprint? Your pharmacology textbook has an entire book inside it, a book of Pokemon Perla Bead patterns? That's hilarious! It's just like, oh no, is that going to be on the exam? And also just like the discovery of that is very funny to me. I think 7. Alright, we've started establishing the cheeks. And I changed my increases to increase 3s. So they're a little bit bobblier than I thought they were going to be, but I think it's going to make for a better head shape. I'm already pleased with it, so we're good. Let's see, 7 and 7 is 14, plus 5 is 19, plus 6 is 25. 25 is good, I can work with that. You were the most popular person in the room the first day of class. If you read it in public, people will think you're nuts holding it upside down. Yeah, except for the fact that it's a removable dust cover. So, like, they'll just think I put the dust cover on upside down. Because, like, yeah. Though I do have to say, when I'm reading books that have dust covers, I've either got them covered, not in sticky plastic, but, like, that plastic you, like, fold over and tape to protect the dust covers from getting too damaged. Or, sorry, I'm one of those. Or I just take the dust covers off to read them, and then I guess they will see it, that it's upside down. I don't remember the last time I was in public, let alone reading in public, so... It's like my commute is from the bedroom to the living room. There's not a lot of trains or anything in my life anymore. Oh, Angry Bear Ironworks, I hope you feel better soon. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you in the replay if you feel a bit better later. Oh, you're not feeling it this week. That's fine. Sorry, I thought you said you weren't feeling well. All right, now bye. No sugar? Your anatomy textbook randomly had a section from a book in Russian in the middle? It's so funny to me how, like, this stuff happens. Because it does. It happens pretty often. And it makes sense. But then, like, you think of... When I think of how many books I've encountered in my life that have had absolutely zero problems, it always feels like you're kind of finding a shiny in the wild. It's like the book equivalent of a shiny, whenever there's just, like, a slight visual difference. That said, for something like a textbook, particularly given how much textbooks tend to cost, I would hope that someone's checking that they have all of the information. I suppose it's one way that the professors could check to see if you're actually reading your textbooks. Single crochet. Right, now we want to, like, bunch in those cheeks, but is it too soon to bunch them in? I might do one more round again. And then we'll go squeezing in them cheeks. Hi, Hang Yang! End of college and new job has been a lot. Oh, well, congrats on both of those things. Graduating is massive and new jobs can be extremely mentally draining while you, like, get up to speed. But you've got this. I believe in you. The only time I've come close to theft is wanting to steal books from IKEA. They are the rejected books that never sold, wrapped in a blank dust cover and left on a shelf to never be read. Oh, honey. Honey, I know it hurts. I understand. He's referring to the books that they use as like decorations around the place. More than anything else. The most interesting book I have only has the author's signature and was in a freebie bin. Huh. As in, like, there's no other bit to the book? It's just like a signed blank book? Odd. I have a couple of books that I think of as my treasures that have been signed. It's because various authors come around to, like, Supernova and SwanCon and DragonCon and, like, the cons. So I have a bound version of all 4 books of The Lioness by Tamora Pierce, signed by Tammy, and I've got same thing for The Protector of the Small, which is another one of her series. Basically, like, I got in line, got the first one signed, and then, like, the line was really short for some reason. People today don't appreciate nice things when they're offered. I got in line and got the second one signed as well, so that was great. Raymond Feist came to one of the cons here at one point. I got a hardcover of The Magician signed, and Juliet Marilia, who is a local here, has also signed a couple of them for me, though I think that was just Prickle Moon, which was the latest hardcover out. I don't have hardcovers of most of hers because I read them to death. And now I'm going to be adding a Matt Dinnerman to that. So yeah, this is my little treasures. You weren't the one buying the textbook. The school bought it 4 years prior, and apparently you were the first person to actually read it enough to find the random Russian section. That's hilarious. It's been training mostly, just finishing and writing and presentations workshop. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm glad that they're giving, like, good training. There's always, like, I like it when jobs, like, put the effort in, invest in you as a person. Perfectly standard in every other way. I want to steal books from IKEA too, especially the Swedish ones back when I was trying to learn the language. Alrighty, so got some cheeks, we got the top of the head. We're going to scooch them on in on the sides, and I'm going to do that in... We grew them by using increase 3s, but I'm going to use 3 decreases in either apex to, like, slop them on in. So to do that, I'm going to have to carefully position them so that the slopping looks intentional and not crooked. But I think that we're pretty nicely lined up with the center of the back of the head right now, so we should be able to do this pretty evenly. I think we're 1 stitch off further to one side. We're just going to actually draw. And we're like here. And we want 6 stitches on one side and 6 stitches on the other because that's our 3 decreases. Then it's about working out how much of it we want to be the face. I think 5 stitches across for the face is good. So then we've got 6 and 6 and 5. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Oi. Yeah, I think it's 4 stitches to start. And now we cheek. Do 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 do. 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now we do the second cheek. Do 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 do. Apparently that's my cheek song. Alright, the theme today is heist. It's the heist. We're heisting. Have I heard of Book Nook kits? My sisters like to put them in their bookcases as decoration. I have. I've heard of them and I have seen them. Lego is actually coming out with a really fancy Balrog one. Not my type of thing. Not Book Nooks in general, just this Balrog one. I've looked at it, I'm just like, you know what, not for me. Not for that price and not for what that is. But, like, give me one that's a little dragon and I'm there. But yeah, no, I've seen little Book Nooks and I think they're kind of magical, but they're also, I don't know, they're just not my thing. I think part of it is that I'm so my bookshelves are full of books, and so like the idea of trying to remove books to make room for book nooks. If I had more space, I'd definitely be into it, I think is what I'm trying to say. But my bookshelves are crammed, absolutely. You've updated the doc in the spreadsheet though, thank you. I need to do some timestamps and I haven't watched through them, also might be missing some of the extra names. Yeah, that's completely fair. You're doing a really good job though. I appreciate you. Honestly, sometimes your record is better than mine and I'll check and update mine from yours. All right, cool. We've got some little cheeks. I'm pleased with how chubby and cute they are. Even if they're not really showing up on camera super well. So yeah, imagine him with like yellow. We can put the little eyes in now if we wanted. I love how I buy these eyes 200 at a time and I'm still running out. Gonna have to do another load before the end of the year, I think. We have been having a very Pokemon-y year though. Those are too far apart. Okay, no, that's pretty good. So we've got a little nose, little mouth, some little cheeks. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then it was 4 stitches back to the start. Bringing us down to 19. Eyes go into row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 stitches between. Or visible between. It does look like a Goomba. Boing, boing. That was my attempt. An attempt was made at making the Mario jump sound. Okay, we're down to 19 stitches. I'm thinking I'm going to put one little decrease in the center of the front of the face, and then we'll just continue from 18. Because I do think it's already kind of tucking in pretty nicely. So, I'll move my stitch marker because it's getting fairly deep into the work there. 1 and 2. 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7. Hi.
Hey, pretty lady.
You're coming to lurk.
You know the book nooks?
Yes.
A bookshelf that goes into a book nook that you could put smaller things onto. Because you know you got things that are too small to go on the bookshelf.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be okay to go onto a smaller bookshelf within your bookshelf.
I still just want a bookshelf one day that's actually a secret door into a room that's filled with other books.
Oh, we could totally build that. I could totally do that.
I know, I want
100%.
secret door. I want secret tunnel. Hi, smallest petal. Just need more shelves. I agree with that statement. That said, every wall in our apartment basically has shelves against it already. So it's one of those things that's earmarked for should we ever get to a bigger place. It's my decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Hold on. Go back. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're at 18 stitches around, which is a great number of stitches around. I might stuff this a little bit. Didn't snap the backs on those eyes. Should have. Oh, little piles of snooze is a great description for rats. Oh, a fun drink with strawberries. Watch out for the cat. Would I like a 2-story house or a 1-story? Every wall has shelves. We even made new walls exclusively out of shelves to separate the space. That's true, we did. It's got one of those like open plan living rooms and then like the beds off it at the moment. And so yeah, we use calyx shelves to like split the space using shelves. I kind of like romanticize the idea of a 2-story house just because I like having like really distinctly separate areas. That said, most of that is because I think lofts are really cool. And I think it'd be cool to have like my filming space upstairs so that Mr. Bones could just be like running around like his chaotic self on days when I'm filming, and it wouldn't... When I film, Mr. Bones has to be very small and quiet. And I feel guilty about that. So like if there was like an upstairs or even just like an external granny flat type of situation, that's kind of one of my things. The cat has already made an attempt for the strawberries, even though he's an obligate carnivore. Yeah. Well, the cat doesn't know. That's why it's your job to know for him. It's like a bird building a nest on instincts. It doesn't know why it's piling up a bunch of sticks into an eave. It just feels like the right thing to do at the time. Those two and those two. Maybe we're spreading it a little bit more. I'm trying to work out where I'm putting these increases in this next row. So if I kind of want to do it like this, I think, with like a 1 stitch in between them. And our starting point is like here. And if I'm folding this correctly, I think there's 1 stitch here as well. So that kind of like starts laying it out for me. If there's 18 stitches in total and that uses up 4 of them, it means it's like, there should be 6 across the front and 6 across the back. So that should be how that all works. Let's give it a go and see. That will bring us up to 22, and we will make our peace with it, because at least it's an even number. Honestly, it might even make him too chubby. 3, 4, 5. Sammy, I'm not sure if you've missed anything at all, honestly, but it depends on when you stepped out. Talking about dream houses with bookcases. Your tuxedo kitty would sit up and beg for green beans. He would eat a whole can if allowed. That's interesting. Well, I know that cheese is horribly bad for rats and mice. At least I believe so. Never really raised either. But I did get I had like a rat. I thought it was like a pet rat. Sorry, it's no. I've talked about it before. I grew up in like a rural setting, and there was a bush rat, which is a different to a city rat. I want to be very clear about that. Bush rats have like little white tummies, and they're very cute. And as opposed to being mean and dirty. Not that rats are mean and dirty inherently. But I'm not trying to offend any rat people. I really liked this bush rat. He used to climb down my wall at night and sit on top of like this picture frame in a big high ceilings in the room I was in, and yeah, he would just chill up there, and I used to he was like a friend of mine. My mum saw him once and screamed and attacked him with a broom. He was fine, but he never came back after that, which is kind of sad. Current name list. Okay, name list is Wheat Sneeze, Ray 2, Cheez It, Jim, Love Song, Sparky, Electric Boogaloo, and Nut. Okay, I have some context for some of these names, but some of them I've missed. So Wheat Sneeze is because of Raichu, right? Ray2, I don't get. Cheese It, not sure. Jim, unsure. Love song is I'm not going to write you a love song. Sparky is because that's the Australian word, or the Australianism, for an electrician. Electric Boogaloo is because it's Pikachu Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. And Nut is because Pikachu's name is Bolt. Yep, I got that one there. So yeah, that is 8 choices. You guys gotta narrow that down a little bit for me. Because otherwise, I'm gonna go rogue and there's always mixed results. Hi, Apocalypse Faye! You did make it! I don't know, guys. Do I just do like a potato at that width, or do I try and give it a little bit more curve than that? I feel like he needs a little bit more curve than that, but we'll just do... That was a row of 22. I might do 2 rows of 22, and then we'll go out another level, and then 2 rows, and then we'll think about it. Alright, so the names I'm seeing are Sparky, Nut, and Love Song. So they seem to be the ones that have a little bit of a following at the moment. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to choose between Wheat, Sneeze, and Nut yet. Sorry. I have an inappropriate mind. But, yeah, like, all we need to know is, like, if both of them need to be in the poll or not. You can use a fork to mash strawberries. I use a fork to mash bananas when I'm, because I do, like, a banana oat brownie thing for my breakfast, and I just mash it all up with a fork. The following are good puns, but would not make the Pokemon happy to have. Wheat Sneeze, Love Song, Electric Boogaloo, or Cheese It. Oh, I like Electric Boogaloo. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Apocalypse Faye. I hope he feels better soon. At least he's in the right spot. Like, the emergency room is the right place to be if we're worried about something like that. To be fair, CK, the reason rats are used for medical study is that their immune systems are super similar to ours, so a wild rat could have had something you could catch. Yeah, but, like, it was a wild rat that has, like, never encountered people. So, like, to me, I lump it in with, like, the Passagales and the other various critters roaming around out there. And let's be clear, my mum wasn't thinking, oh no, rats have similar immune diseases, I better get rid of it. She was thinking, rat. So let's not attribute any other motives to this. I wasn't going to touch it. Oh no, it was all the way up on the wall. I couldn't reach. It's like 7 feet up there. I promise I was not going to try and touch the wild rat. Some of the things I have to say on the internet sometimes. Okay. How do we want your belly to curve? Or do we? Or are you the right width? It's hard to tell. Friend, you're being a little bit obtuse. You're a good size compared to the little guy. Maybe we just keep going around. Maybe this is just where we're supposed to be. And we're just supposed to embrace it and go with it. You've seen some things, man, you never know. That's fair. That's fair. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and so, like, I have had the close encounters I intend to have, and like, we've done that. Like, I have handled more, like, wild blue tongue lizards than I'd say the average person has. But I know the right way to do it, and I accept the risks of having to, and it was never out of frivolity and always to get them away from the dogs. For the good of everybody. We do have Jim Bob the Gym Frog, so Jim I'm going to eliminate, because we don't need more than one Jim. Unless there's, like, a really solid reason to have him be Jim. I didn't see the context for Jim. Sorry, I can't really answer that one there. Sometimes I look away from chat for like a minute and the subject changes 4 times. That's good. I am here to facilitate a nice little craft afternoon for y'all. And well, I'm going to just keep chatting away as part of doing my part of the conversation. Y'all bring a lot to the table. Hi, Amanda Makes. I'm good. Hope you are as well. E.g., you need to move house and your friend shows up with a guy named Jim and he just dives in, lifts the other half of the couch. He bought his own furniture trolley. I think that's Mr. Bones describing who Jim is as a concept. But like as mentioned, we do already have a gym. We can't have 2 gyms. Not in the same gen. I'm gonna like... I feel like the rules are a little bit looser between the gens. We can probably have another gym in Gen 2. Sorry, there's a lot of j sounds that I'm having a hard time saying right now. But 2 in the same gen is probably 1 too many.
My D&D group has 6 people and 3 names between all of them.
Yes.
We can have 2 gyms.
Nope.
We got Jim Bob the Jim Frog.
We do.
And we got Jim.
Nope.
No one's going to confuse the 2 of those.
No one's going to vote for Jim.
Oh yeah, well if no one's going to vote for Jim, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to worry about it, so I won't even put it in there.
Yeah, because no one will vote for it.
Yeah.
Everyone vote for it.
No one's voting for Jim because I'm not giving you guys the option. Yeah, Jim's mowing. The platonic ideal of a Jim. You feel like that's Jim Bob though, description and name? I agree, he's just describing Jim Bob.
I just heard you with a 30-second delay. No, put the name in there. You can put the name in there because no one's voting for it. So it's safe. Nope. There's only 4 names. You wouldn't want a 3-name vote, that would be sad. What about other people who want to Jim?
Oh no, I'll just make one up. I'm happy to go chaotic on this. I am unstoppable. Remember when you used to do the polls? You miss it?
You're very stoppable. That's all I'm saying.
That's 2. Jim cuts the grass. No, it is Jim Bob the Jim Frog. Hang on, let me look up how I spelled it because I think I went with J-I-M. There are a few that have like, not necessarily between my record and yours, but just in general, people spell them a bunch of different ways, and I'm just like, the official record is the official record. Nope, I spelled it J-I-M-B-O-B, so Jim Bob the Jim Frog, and Little Bro the Hand Puppet. But it's also like, Sandslash is called Geezer because we were making an Egypt reference, but I spelled it G-E-E-Z-E-R, like old man, and I regret nothing. Starting your Gen 1 crochet them all as well? Do you only make your own patterns? Oh yeah, no, I make them up as I go. That's what we're doing right now. I don't follow patterns well, so I write them down as I go and just do it. When was the last increase on you, friend? I think it was there and there. So that was 2 rows and I've just done 3 more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. But yeah, but good luck with your Crochetdex. We've been working on ours for a couple of years now. Mostly over on the complicated, I suppose it's mostly here now, but we've got the Complicated Knots channel where it's like, that's more of where the videos end up. This is just the streams area. But this is what our Pokédex currently looks like. Yay! Well, that's the Gen 1 chunk of it. So yeah. We're nearly done. We're going to finish before the end of July, I reckon. Or like very early in August, if not by the end of July. Giza would never have occurred to your North American butt. They sound totally different. What do they sound like there? The pyramids of Giza. Yeah, that's correct. Jim moved your metaphorical couch and you won't accept him as a name. No, Jim Bob moved my metaphorical couch, Mr. Bones. Also, you moved my metaphorical couch. Let's not bring Jim into this. We hit the R on Giza too hard. Oh, right. So it's like Geezer. Am I doing that right? Geezer. 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 Gazur. No, I moved your actual couch. That's true. Hey, hey, that's our actual couch. Alrighty. Okay, folks, I'm just going to duck out for a very quick break. I'm going to put the break music on, but it should only play once, and it's been updated, so it's got some interesting things to look at now. But I will be back in just a minute. sorry. Sorry, I'm clearly back. I just don't like to leave LeChonk out if we've made it that far. It's like, no, little boy deserves his moment. Farewell to anybody who had left us along the way. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, Raichu said hello to our boy. Exactly. Now he's no longer lonely. What did you guys think of the lines, right? The lines are brand new. I think it was Nikki that suggested them. Somebody suggested them in a comment. I'm sorry. I'm not great at like storing names. But someone suggested those and I did them and I think that they add a lot to the experience. Yeah, it's separated by generation now. I thought that was a good change. Alrighty, yeah, and we're just going to close off the bottom of this, I think. We're going to close off from either side, just to give him that very, like, wide boy aesthetic. We like ourselves a wide boy. So we'll go decrease, decrease, decrease across the end of that. And 3 decreases in the middle. Now we're 22 stitches across, and that will account for 6 of them, which would bring us down to 16. So it should be 8 stitches in between each of those little decrease patches. He's got the electric boogaloo. You did the lines in your sheet. It's just so nice to keep track visually. Yeah. Honestly, now that I've done them, I can't believe that they weren't there the whole time. The only thing I sort of dislike about them is the fact that I didn't do them earlier, because one of the things I've been doing is, like, I'll show you the Pokédex every so often, right? Like this. I have all of those files, like, dated, so I can, like, play them as frames in an animation. And, like, the Pokédex will slowly fill in. And now, like, 2 seconds before the end, those lines are going to just, like, pop into existence. Which isn't an insurmountable thing. And I could just save 2 versions of every file. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm working on it. I'm thinking about it. Oh, wait, this shouldn't be 8, 16. I did that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So it should be 10, so these should be 5, not 8. My bad. That said, now that they're in there, they'll be there for all future gens. And I just think it's really cool to be able to, like, sorry, while I'm just working on this, but while we're talking about it, I just want to put the Pokédex on the screen again. Sorry, folks. Sorry about the jitters there. But, like, you can see here Gen 2 on the screen there, right? With those lines in there, you can see exactly... It's just such a good way to express the fact that we are pretty far through Gen 2 already. In fact, there's... Yeah, like there, and obviously with the Soul Silver run going at the moment, there's even more that you guys don't know about yet that could be in there. So, like, you can see, like, it's just not going to take us as long to get through Gen 2, because Gen 2 is really tiny compared to Gen 1. Gen 2 is only like 100 Pokemon. Gen 1 is 151. It's not the biggest gen, but, yeah. While it's taken us a long time to get through Gen 1, a big part of that has just been... Like when we first started, first of all, the channel only had 20,000 subs, but, or 30,000 or whatever it was. But like, we didn't have systems in place. We weren't doing these regular streams. We weren't chipping away at it consistently. Whereas like now we are doing all of those things. And so like when we roll into Gen 2, it's just going to be literally rolling into Gen 2. Yeah, because it's only like 70 to 80 Pokemon to go in that gen. All right, I'll turn the Pokédex off again now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Did Ghastly get missed? Ghastly isn't missed. Ghastly is kind of on hiatus while I work out how to handle his gases. Because I've had too many ideas and I've gotten very, like, burned on it, and it was stopping me from being able to work on any of the others. So he's been popped to one side until I've been thinking about getting a little, like, under construction or work in progress stamp to put over the top. Sorry, let me just... to put over the top of the ones that we've already made. Because, like, for example, I'm going to use the tip. Okay, I'm going to use his little left hand to point. We've already done Drowsy, which goes... No, sorry, Hypno, which goes here. And we've got Alakazam that goes here, and we've got Ghastly that goes here. And so like that also fills it out quite a bit. And so like now we're doing Raichu, which will go here. Thank you. Raichu, you're being very helpful, honey. And so like if I had like a little like under construction banner there, particularly while I'm out at like a little bit behind like this, I think it could help really like illustrate better what's going on. I'm going to stop gesticulating with him now. Sorry, buddy. He's getting dizzy. He's a very good pointer. I agree. Okay, so that should bring us down to, let's say, 3 and 6, 11 and 16. Okay, we should be down to 16 at this point. I'm going to still close in from the sides. So we'll go decrease. And we'll do 3 decreases. Oh, no, wait. If we just do 2 decreases on either side, we'll get us down to 12, and that'll let us close off really flatly, and we won't have to worry about any kind of points. He is not Jim. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then it's 4 between each of them. Bringing us down to 12, and we can close off like that. Cool. Awesome. Thankfully, the rest of him should come together really, really quickly. Excuse me. So, while we are a little behind on our normal, like, 2 hours per Pokemon thing, there's still plenty of room to get there. We shouldn't go too much over, you know? And given that we're only doing 2 today, I could probably increase it to 3 hours per Pokemon and it wouldn't be a big deal. Next week, I have to try and be brave, though. Honestly, the timing on this Soul Silver run wasn't good, and I shouldn't have scheduled it like this, because it means that, like, we're approaching, like, the final push on this Gen series on stream, and I'm a little toasty from doing so many Pokemon off stream. I don't know, it's one of those things. I don't like doing the spoiler Pokemon on stream, though, because I don't like people to feel excluded, and there's a couple of folks who do feel like they don't want spoilers, and, like, that's fair, I respect it, and so, like, let's keep these streams a space where no spoilers happen. But it does mean that I'm making 8+ Pokemon a week, which is quite a few. Is there only 15 left? There's not many left. If that number works out, it's like 12 left? Or 13 left? Something like that? It's just not that many. If you were counting the purple squares, we're missing... Ghastly doesn't have a picture, Hypno doesn't have a picture, and Alakazam doesn't have a picture yet. So yeah, this counter in the bottom corner is... the accurate one. So 13 to go. There is our potato. There he is regarding Pikachu. I think they're a good size apart. Just to clarify, they are a lighter brown than they're appearing on camera. Let's see. Let's do some little, like, pausies next. Get some little paddlers going. So he's, like, dark brown at the tips of his toes, and then caramel as we move further up. And again, I want to just clarify, this is a dark brown. Even though it does look black on camera, I would not give him little black toesies when he's so clearly meant to be brown. 13 not including Raichu or Ghastly. Yeah. Guess who just hopped up onto the counter and almost knocked milk all over your laptop? Your cat is a menace and I adore him. Please tell him pss, pss, pss for me. 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking this is probably just going to be like a 6-stitch tube. 3, 4, 5, 6. We could go slightly bigger. Oh yeah, we're going to go slightly bigger. We're going to go up to 9. That first stitch after a magic ring is always just that little bit tighter. One, 2, 3. Aw, he came running. What is the gentleman's name? You might have said it earlier, but again, did not really stick. Honestly, at this rate, we're going to have to do like a specialty naming hour, which is kind of Mr. Bones' idea of hell. Where I just go through all of the ones that we have remaining that ended up without names, because any that didn't get made on stream largely ended up nameless, which is a bad thing. It's not ideal. But I need names for at least all of the Gen 1s before I can do my video, because I'm going to be doing a main channel video. I crocheted all 151 Gen 1 Pokemon. It's been 2 years in the making. Not sure what it looks like yet, but it's gonna happen. That was the whole point of all of this. So, well, that was the original point of all of this. Now we do it for other reasons. 3, 4. His name is Sir Grey. Or first name Dorian. Also, he's not even my cat. I'm just cat sitting for a friend while she's out of the country. Oh, you will miss him when he's gone. You're here for a name hour? Yeah, cool. It's just like, that might be like, I don't know. I'm toying around very loosely with some ideas at the moment. Stuff like, okay, so maybe when we get to the top 5, we do them all in one giant long stream. But like, okay, that's going to depend on where I'm at in terms of energy levels when that ticks over. But like, part of that could be like, we set aside an intermission where we stop for a little bit and I take a break and eat some lunch, and we name some of the remaining ones. You know what I mean? Like, that's just like a little side game, side quest that we do during a stream like that. But yeah, it's just something that I'm thinking about. It's just thoughts. Because it'd be cool to like send it off with a little bit of flair. Are these feet too big for you, sir? I think these feet might be too large. They're too big. 9 is too big. Six is too small and 9 is too big. Let's give 8 a go. Okay, there we go. You wouldn't think one stitch would make a big difference, but it does. We will do this in a slow, orderly fashion. We won't all just start shouting out names at once. It's like me. I just put a list of Pokemon on the screen and go like, right, name them all. Night Rabutin, and welcome back. Name hour during power hour, yeah. Something along those lines, for sure. It's just a wild thought that has occurred. Depends on who's left as well, because like, I don't have the faith in myself that I'd be able to manage, for example, Venusaur, Zapdos, and Gyarados back to back to back. Those are the Pokemon that need a week or so in between, but we're at a point where I can like start planning ahead for those kinds of things. I think. I feel. I am. I don't know what you're worried about. We're definitely slow and orderly and not chaotic at all. No, you have the most methodical gremlins I've ever met. Everyone still here gets assigned a Pokemon to name? Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Or maybe I just start picking names out of the chat and assigning them to Pokemon, and if there's no objections, we carry on. If I'm feeling really chaotic, a Google sheet that y'all can all access, and whichever name is still in the slot as when I hit the timer, or when I hit stop, that's like the name that sticks, and you can type over the top of one another. But that, I feel like, encourages a very aggressive mentality, whereas this has been a very big community type of project, and so I don't want to end it on a note like that, I suppose. Sorry, that's me talking myself into and then out of an idea. Like, who are we arguing with? Ourselves? Oh, good. Little suggestion for the photo decks, you could have the borders as a layer in front of the pictures, so positioning doesn't need to be careful. That's true. There's a lot of things I would do differently if I was setting it up again, and when I'm all done with Gen 1, I might refresh the whole thing, because like, this is still the same old document that I've been limping forward, and you can see that like, that purple background gen line, I've stuck it in the background instead of over the top, and the photos are all a little wibbly wobbly, and so having the grid over the top, it makes perfect sense for it. But I only... Oh, sorry, Raichu, he wasn't meant to jump then. I've only very recently rounded out the bottom of this to actually finish with how many Pokemon there are actually meant to be. Up until then, it would just sort of cut off halfway through this line here, because I'm just like, we made it as far as Lechonk, it's fine. It's like, so, like, this document does need a little bit of love, a little bit of a redesign. I I moved something then, so something's gonna be revealed at some point. I don't know what. We'll find out together. Is it this? I don't know. I don't know what it was. Something got shifted. That's making me really nervous, actually. What moved? Let's put it back, whatever it was. Anyway. I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh, the poster. I almost brought the poster mock-up that I'm trying to put together. It's only a rough draft at the moment, but I almost showed you guys this week, but maybe I'll show you guys next week. Because I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty excited about it. Getting a print done up. Don't know about the logistics of it yet. Don't have a printer organized. Don't know if I'm just going to print one or make it available for you guys if you wanted a copy. But there is some sort of poster in the works. Kumquat is a cute little name. I'm not moderating a publicly editable spreadsheet. You will give me a conniption. I'm sorry, Mr. Bones. I would not do that to you. You don't want to assign me to a name. It will be exceptionally elaborate or like Philip. That's exactly the reason we should assign you to a name. I'd be more worried about the fact that like we don't have 100 Pokemon to name, and there's, I mean, on the average stream we have about 100 of you guys around. Oh no, I'm set to the top chat. I'm sorry if I've missed anybody's messages. And so like I would hate to like leave people out of that process. Particularly if it's like being framed as like this fun group thing that we're going to do together. So it needs to have some sort of voting component. But Mr. Bones will have to be making the polls that day. So would we be getting into Gen 5 in like 2028? Yeah, I mean, yeah, hypothetically. But then I just want to point out that we're already chipping away at Gens 2, 3, and 4 through like other videos and other challenges and stuff. Once I finish this Soul Silver run, there is every chance that after a break, I will do another run that just focuses on Gen 5 and 6 to start them ticking over, or focuses on Gen 3 through 5, and 5 starts getting added into the mix. And so, like, I know there's a lot of favorites still out there that haven't even had a chance to come up yet, and I'm aware of that, and I'm going to do what I can to make sure that, like, there is a chance of everybody's beloveds turning up, because everyone likes to see their favorite come up. I like to see mine come up. Well, actually, I don't like to see mine come up. It's a lot of pressure when mine come up. But that's not something you'll have to worry about. Like, even if it just means that in future streams, like, we're focusing on Gen 2, but there's always the option to spin the wheel of Gen 3. And we add a Gen 3 in there, or we spin the wheel of Gen 7. And we just start chipping away that way. You need Joltik? Yeah, I know. Joltik has to be, like, one of the most, like, woo! YouTube does try so hard to keep resetting back to top chat. You have no idea. So to get this all set up with the chat on the screen, I have to like open YouTube, pop out the chat, and then take the URL and paste it into a thing in my software. Every step along that way, it resets back to top chat only. So I don't even know if what's on the screen is even live chat because I have no way of checking. But I do my best to try and make sure that you guys can see everything. We've got just over 50 unnamed Pokemon. That's a few more than I was expecting, but like, okay, hold on 1 second. I'll see if it matches mine. So setting it just to maid. And just to ones without names. Oh my goodness, okay. I have more than that, but then I've got the Soul Silver one that's a bit more progressed than that. So yeah, mine's are... We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... No. 9. I've misnumbered one of them. That's fine, I'll fix it. We have 9 from Gen 1 that need names that we haven't named yet, but Raichu is one of them. So like they are my like main stressor at the moment. Because I want to read out all of the names in the video, and if I do a poster, I'm thinking about having the names on the thing just as like a fun little thing. I don't know if that's realistic at this point, but we'll find out. Sorry, I got horribly distracted just then, halfway through making a foot. Chat we see on your screen is the delayed live chat that I see? Okay. Well, that's good. That's something. Sometimes I forget that there's a delay. Like, oh, no one's reacting to the thing that I said, and we move on. Devil in the details, I think. I think Mr. Whiskers has come to visit. Sorry, Mr. Grey. You have 9, not including Raichu as well. Okay, cool. So we are. No, you're fine. That is not a distraction. That is actually what you are doing is a massive service for this community, and yeah, the keyboard mash is Kitty. Yeah, no, you're doing a massive service for this community. Please don't apologize for it. Yeah, so cool. We are, at least for Gen 1, we're in line with one another right now. I think I just did a row of 6 single crochet. I think there's as much foot as this little fella can handle. Oh yeah, that's adorable. You are very cute, sir, and I will stitch on a little yellow patch for the toe bean. It will not be forgotten. What do you guys reckon? Arm nub next? Oh, Sir Grey. Sorry, I was calling him Mr. Grey. So I'm thinking about names. It's just like, I know it's a cute name. I know I asked to be told it, and then you guys very graciously told me the name. And then I'm just like, I'm going to change this name. Brain's like, nope, we're not storing that. Yeah, he has a foot, un foot. Arm. We're going to start in... Okay, we're starting in Brune. With a magic ring of 6, and it's going to be just a little tube, I think. Not a lot to this piece. Hear me out, he's kind of a good base for a beaver. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. A little teeth, nice little flippery tail, and like, we're a beaver. Paws for mischief. The bottom of his foot is cream too. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you were correct. Dang, I forgot about that. Or I just didn't notice that. Thank you for pointing that out. I was missing that. I will make this arm nub and then I'll go back and make a sole for the foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I didn't mention it before. Thank you, Eldritch. This is that time delay kicking in again. I had forgotten. Y'all have reminded me. Thank you. It's amazing, like, the things that you can miss looking at it. Because I looked at it and I was like, oh, cool, he's got a toe bean. And I somehow edited out the fact that the whole sole of his foot is meant to be cream. I still would have approached it the same way. It's just I might have made it slightly smaller. I think that's enough of a little hand. No, like, don't get me wrong, he's going to have the rest of his arm. I'm just going to work out how much brown to do. Maybe one more row, or is that enough? I don't know, I'm having thoughts. I think it's a little bit more, because, like, if I'm looking at the proportions on the screen there, it's about half and half. I do remember the Angry Beavers cartoon. Musk. Though there is a designer who, I think I've only stored the first name, her name's like Oksana something, has done, I think that's her anyway, the most incredibly accurate Angry Beaver raccoon patterns that are out there in the world, because she actually, I don't know if she reached out to the original creators of Angry Beavers or if they just encountered her work organically, but they've seen it and, like, given it like a thumbs up, and so, like, it's out there in the world and you can find it. So, like, there is perfect Angry Beavers patterns out there in the world. They're amazing. He does look like a peanut. Can we call him Peanut? I think we have a Peanut already. I can look that up for you all in just a second if you like. Yeah, Daggett Norb. We all had that beaver fever. No peanut? Okay, cool. Oh, I just thought of a joke I can't say on stream. Mr. Bones, would you please come and do a public service so I can vent this somewhere? Hold on 1 second, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for your service. The microphone is now back on.
We can't call him that.
We can't call him that. It can't go on the list. Oh, Night Sour Sprout, thanks for hanging out. Oh yeah, that rhymed.
Can I tell them on the Discord?
No, because you're just going to encourage rabble in the chat if you do that. Oh, no, you know what, fine, tell them on the Discord, but none of y'all bleed it over into the main YouTube chat. We're keeping it PG over here. I didn't write the pattern down as I went. And I'm sure that'll be fine, and I won't regret it at all, and it'll be fine, and it'll be good, and it'll be great. That's his little arm. It's his fiendish little pointer. It is the why I am up times. Hi, Amy. We're happy to have you, even if it might be a strange time of day for you. Well, our Diglett got called Dodge because we played an ongoing game of what felt like an endless game of Dodge the Diglett at the start of these streams. But I looked it up recently, and Diglett was only in 4 different streams before he was picked, compared to, I think it was Starmie was on 8. So, someone was on 8. I think it was Starmie. It's time makes a fool. Dial before you Diglett. That's fun. Alright, let's make a sole for this little foot. I'm gonna unpin it. It's not often that we make a Pokemon sole, but here we are. Chain 3 and turn. 2 single crochet. Raichu, I've been making my partner's Gen 1 team, and Raichu was the last one that you needed. Yay! That means after this one here, you have officially caught them all. Well, for the team, anyway. I'm so tempted just to do a little colour change stitch for the sole, but it'll be so much neater if I just stitch it on. So we'll just stitch it on, even if it does add a smidgen of work. Just mackerel. Turn, single ink, turn. Yeah, we're doing a little foot pad. Oh, sorry, I think you mean the bean. It's like, no, I was going to do a stitch change for it, but it was going to fall in the wrong spot on the foot, and no, I'm just making excuses. Let's go back and let's just stitch it in. Let's just do it. Let's do the do. Adjusting my notes and everything, so now it's official. We're going to do it. I know I'll appreciate it later when it comes time to sew everything together. Like, the spoiler one that's currently on my desk in the background. Don't look if you don't want to be spoiled. I think I've covered it, but I can never really be sure. Yeah. I got it all of the pieces made for him last night, and then I was just like, it came time to sew him, and I'm just like, I don't want to do this. And so I went and I played Monster Train instead. So, like, I am the problem. I appreciate that. We are one little yellow stitch sat on this yellow witch. Do 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 do. So, oh, see, it's barely even there. I'm still gonna have to stitch something on. That's not even... No, it's not enough. I'm gonna leave it on there, but I'll have to stitch something on there as well. Okay, and one more row just to round off at the top of the foot, because you gotta feel fancy, don't you, mate? You just gotta be that little bit different. I respect you, and thus will do it, but just know that you're being a little bit of a pain. Just a wee bit. Cursed little feet, yeah. At least he's not blinking his pupils at us, okay? I'll take it as long as the pupils aren't blinking. There. Raichu has now been shod. It's like, why? Why was that even necessary? It will look less lumpy once it's sewn. That is something that we can just trust in the process. Right now he looks like he's on skis. Or fried eggs. It'll work. Alright, while we've got the cream out though, let's make his little belly, because it's just a nice round piece. The white dots on his eye. Oh, wait, we have lost focus. There we go. Opens Pokédex to make sure it blinks properly, just in case. Like, oh, Mr. Bones, don't do that with just the little white points blinking. That's awful. You may be the problem, but you are also the solution. Yes. That. I was like, just call me alcohol. Egbert. Who's Egbert? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just making a basic circle for his tummy here. I get that it's meant to be a little bit more oval, and I might respect that later, but not for the first 12 stitches. They all just look the same because he's standing on eggs. Oh, I understand. Again, just want to add, they will be sewn on flat. It will look normal.
Can confirm he does blink normally.
Okay.
Also, I added way too much cheese.
Is there such a thing as too much cheese? Maybe for the lactose intolerant. I, however, can tolerate the lactose, so I think that there is no such thing as too much. Mr. Bones might be about to prove me wrong. Like, he's making us some lunch, so there is a break coming up in the next half hour for me to scoff down some food, but not just yet. We're not quite there yet. In fact, we might even finish off Raichu before. So that's 12 around, and now I'm going to start working more of an oval shape, I think. How do I want to manage this oval? I can do it in 3s. Just see how we feel about that. It's going to be more of a triangle. I think that's okay. My dog says there's no such thing as too much cheese. Those of us tasked with cleaning the aftermath know there is definitely such a thing. Yeah, that's fair. I think we all just are allowed to have a personal level of what counts as too much. Big tummy oval. Yeah, that's the plan. He's like a reverse egg. Have I ever eaten cheese fondue? I have not. It always strikes me as though it's like very wet. And I don't know if any of you guys watch the Try Guys, but Quasey gets me in that he's not a fan of wet foods, and I kind of feel him on that. Okay, up to the current Soul Silver video, there are exactly 49 unnamed Mons made, unless some have been named in the past 3 months. Oh, Night RM McFrew, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so 49's not too bad. My number is significantly higher than that. So, I will compare the two sources at some point and rectify it. But yeah, there's no harm at the moment in just focusing on Gen 1 and making sure all those are correct. But thank you. Thank you for checking that for us. Single crochet, increase 3 and a single crochet, because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page regarding what the names are, particularly if I'm going to get them put onto the poster as well, because like the crochet items are one thing, like they are one milestone of the journey, but all the little names along the way, they are all of the little stories that we kind of wrote together. Like Jim Bob the Jim Frog, and Sir Barnabas Kingsley, the nice Neddington, 69th of his name, Bam Bam the Bone Wielding Man, fastest femur in Pallet Town, Chewbacca, and Hen Solo. Like, there is some absolute gold in the mix there. Even stuff like Bolt. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, we put a bolt in his butt. LeChonk's name is our boy. That's why we were all like, hey, it's our boy. Or maybe it was the other way around, where we were all chanting our boy so much that it just became his name. It's what he responds to anyway. Who am I to tell him that's not his name? And I do keep LeChonk around, so he's never lonely. He's never far away. You still have to try, guys. He even had merch of theirs. Kind of fell off after the whole Ned thing, and then losing Eugene, couldn't get into it anymore. Yeah, it's like you kind of got to like pick stuff. I don't necessarily watch it as much as I used to, but oh my goodness, Johnny Cakes just absolutely slays me. That dude is so funny. And yeah, like some Quasey, and they've gotten me into like The Perfect Person as well, which is like the whole Miles Bonsignore podcast. He does a lot of crossovers with Smosh, and I think there's even some dropout ones. I'm a little confused as to who belongs to which franchise anymore, because they cross-pollinate a lot. But no, I still really like their Phone It In series, and I really like their trolley problems. It's also quite amusing. Drew Barrymore, exactly. There's just been some... And Feral Microwave the Onyx, okay? Feral Microwave the Onyx. And Caterpickle, which is a name that's easy to overlook because we've said it so often that it's become normal to us. But Caterpickle is an amazing name for a Caterpie. Caterpie. As I mentioned, it's a little bit more triangular than it was gonna be, but I think that's good. Feral Microwave the legend, exactly. My problem is I don't have a perfect name for Gyarados, because I name them for who they are when I catch them, and I will always catch my Gyarados as a Magikarp, and so they're always known as the various names I give Magikarp, which are not very polite names. And so he's my favourite, but he always tends to have really bad names that I can't use for this case. So we're going to have to come up with a good one for Gyarados, and there's a lot of pressure there for everybody. How many punny names we have? A lot. Megapod, Pidgeot. Yeah, LeChonk is our boy. I actually don't put a space between that. He's just our boy. I think I spell it with an I as well, but I think I'm being obnoxious, and I'm happy to be shouted down about that. I'm very terminally on the internet. Oh no, it's boy with a Y, but no space, so it's our boy. We have made Magikarp. In fact, he's right here. His name is Goldiflops. I know the white whiskers is a gender indicator, but I don't remember which one it is. He's even got a little tongue in there.
We could call Gyarados like Romance Glow Up. Because, you know, like back in school you knew him as Magikarp. And then, you know, like 20 years later you have to go back to your hometown and you find him and he's a lumberjack and he looks like Gyarados.
We can't call him Romance Glow Up.
What happened to you?
Glow Up I'm happy with, though. We could call him Glow Up. Your Gyarados in Pokemon Go is Angry Noodle. Oh, Angie Noodle. Angie Noodle's fun. Hey, it's frog time. Woo! There were times when I meant to write Caterpie and instinctively wrote Caterpickle. Exactly, like we've just accidentally completely replaced the name. Yeah, we need some good names for Gyarados though, because like there's a lot of pressure with that particular one. Sometimes perfect puns just appear. And by that I mean you guys work really hard and I take credit for them. But like a lot of the time it's not quite as easy as that. Because like, I'm pretty sure Magikarp is Goldiflops anyway. That might be Goldeen. Have we made Goldeen? We've made Goldeen. We haven't made Seaking. I'm zooming around in my spreadsheet here to give you the accurate answers. Yeah, no, Magikarp is definitely Goldiflops. Oh, right, yeah. No, Goldeen is Tunicorn, or one of them is Tunicorn. Oh, yeah, Tunicorn, and then Seaking has a temporary name in there of Codfather. Not Loot, Henyang, that's probably why our spreadsheets are different. I have some temporary names in mine as well. Because like sometimes we've like pitched a name and we've really liked it for Pokemon we haven't made yet and we just want to remember it. I chuck that in my spreadsheet at the same time. So that might be also what's causing the... Like you've got the official names and I've got a bunch of like temporary ones in the mix. I want Gary Does, but you've pitched that badly before. You have pitched it, and I'm happy to have it as one of the options, but for some reason it's just not clicking with me the same way. Like, you're in... Yeah. And I get it. It's Goldie Flops, but Gary Does. It's like... I don't know. It's not magic to me. It's not clicking. That doesn't mean it's a bad name, though. I think it's a great name, and if you guys voted for it, I would absolutely go for it. Oh, you've got the temp names too? Okay, I'm all out of ideas. What am I making? I've put brown on my hook. Oh, we should make some little cheeks. Little cheeks, little yellow cheeks. These little blush. Apply some rouge. He's got the kicky feet. He can do the can-can. At some point, I started naming the Magikarp Flipsy. Oh, that's cute! I'm just like reading through some of the names here. I've held off from just like reading the names through because I think that it could be fun if the first time I read them all through, like start to finish, is in that video that I'm planning on making. Add some fun to it. Okay, so that's just a little magic ring of 6. That looks like the right size to me. Okay, but if we call him Gary Doughs, like spelt like bread dough, I'm gonna start calling him like Gary Buns. The loaf. Cool. One little cheek. And I'm going to make both cheeks because it's a magic ring of 6. It's going to take no time at all. Buys me a little time to think. I wonder if Tintin has ever done the can-can. Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. It absolutely does. And it's because he believes in himself. Though I do think originally one of the plans was to have Dratini Dragonair and then Gyarados, and then have Magikarp evolve into Dragonite, which makes sense if you look at just like the overall vibe of the Pokemon. Like Long Blue Worm evolves into big scary Long Blue Worm, and then like little orange derpy fish turns into big orange derpy dragon. But like even the whiskers line up, you know. But I don't mind the fact that they swapped some things around to keep us guessing. French bread, yeah, he's a baguette. Because for some reason we call Gyarados baguette, and we just do not, like, no further questions. So Gray has made himself very comfy with all 4 kitty crime feet firmly on your bladder. See, like, I'm sorry, this cat sounds like the most amazing cat. It just, like, it wants to be, like, social, it wants to cuddle up to you, it's interested in what you're doing, and the fact that it's not even your cat and it's that engaged, like, that is a good kitty. Good kitty. You can compromise on baguette. The feral bread maker to go with the feral microwave. Ooh, I want to make some sort of pun with garlic and Gyarados, but I don't know if it works because they're pronounced differently when you're Australian. Okay, we've got cheeks, we've got arms, we've got feet. We need a tail and we need those ears. I'm scared of the ears. I'm going to give the ears a go. Alright, no one's allowed to make fun of me if I don't turn out okay, alright? No one would. You're all nice people. You wouldn't do that. Alright, so I need a single layer base piece of brown, and then we need like a little strip of yellow for that bit. I think we start with a chain. Do we? Yeah, we do. There's so many ways to approach this, because I could also do this as like, hang on, let me just sketch about it for a little bit here. We could start with like a magic ring of 6 and then just like flatten it down. We could make it like, oh, this is gonna look like a boo. A boo. A boo, 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 boo. Could color change to yellow for that last final swoop on one side and just keep it brown on the other side. We could, yeah, okay, alright, hang on. We're not starting with a chain. I'm doing something weird. Well, garlic bread is amazing. Top 10 foods. Gyarados is an amazing Pokemon. Top 10 Pokemon. I can see some synergy there. Gyarados is an Eastern dragon, so the evolution makes more sense with the Koi Dragon Gate myth. Okay, that's fair. I'm coming at it purely from an aesthetic perspective, but like knowing that there's like these deeper, richer stories behind a lot of them, that makes a lot of sense to me. It's just, imagine calling Gyarados garlic toast. I kind of love it. I'm making a big swing here with these ears. I don't know if they'll work or not, but we're giving it a go because we're brave. We have our friends by our side. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. Currently, this is the exact same pattern as, something. The feet? Is it the feet? No, it's not the feet. Okay, so we have an ear base currently there. So now we need to make like a really long bit on top. But we're currently at, that's annoying me. Get rid of that. Okay, so we need to come down to the bottom and it needs to have a slight point to it. So we'll go single, single, single picot, changing to yellow. give that a go first. 1, 2, 3, and the picot is meant to represent that little curly bit. I think it's as good as we're going to get. Even with the little curlers, it just sort of is what it is. Oh, colour change, we'll do it in the same stitch. Means I just need to correct my notation. Hold please. 2 single crochet and then single picot, single, and then yellow. We're just creating like a little yellow swoosh on the inside of this ear, right? Double, double, making it up as we go and hoping that it works. 3 doubles. Oh, no, we'll do 2 doubles and then like an increase double. So we put 2 doubles into the same stitch just to help it flare correctly. Make sure it points upwards. Okay, all right. No, this is working. This is coming. This is good. New DC in 1. I have no idea where the end of the row is. I'll work that out later. Right now I'm just like doing stream of consciousness stitching, which is not the best idea, but I'll break it up into rows when I type up the notes. And then, okay, then we're going to do triple because we want the brown to be longer on top. Okay, I don't know if the little picot is reading properly, but it's doing its best. Do a picot at the top as well, just to give it a similar point. Don't know if these are quite the right shape, but at least we can say we tried. And then in brown, we did treble, picot, treble. Now we need to do doubles down the back just to like make sure that the backing is on the ear. So 1, 2, 3. 4. I don't know. Hold on. Strange wibbly wobbly little piece that it is. How am I doing? Does that look okay?
Hey, Brittle Lady.
Hi.
Food has reached upper bound of edible temperatures.
Does that mean it's cooked and cooled down, or that it's cooking and heating up?
As in, you could eat it now and you'd be like,
Okay.
like every 5 bites, you'd be like, oh, whoa, I've been eating this too fast.
Okay, well, I needed to be in a position where I can just unhinge my jaw, chuck it in there, and swallow.
Yeah. It's technically at that point, but you would hurt yourself. And so
Okay.
A little bit longer. Yeah.
A little bit longer. Thank you, honey. Okay, cool. And then half double. And then like a slip stitch. Again, I have no idea where the row ends are for this, but I'll leave a long tail. I don't normally do that, but just for like sewing that opening shut. Nice toasty bagel with garlic butter and some brie. I'm gonna need you to stop that. I'm hungry. You're making me hungry. You guys want me to go on break? Because I will go on break. Okay. That is as good as I could get his ear. I think it captures the spirit of it, even if it's not perfect, if that makes sense. And at least I don't have to sew a bunch of tiny little pieces together. It's always a good thing. Yep, hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you for the reminder. My water cup is still very full. There we go. That's better. Okay, So we really only have the tail to go here. So I'll finish off the tail and then I'll start the next... Oh, we should do the name vote now. Mr. Bones. I need the names, otherwise I'm going to go rogue. I know no one likes it when I go rogue. Oh, night, Nora. Thank you for hanging out. He is a cute little kumquat, I agree. And like, I think they'll be very sweet together. Oh, just unfocused for a second. Buddies. So, a tail. A lightning bolty tail. This is fine. We've got this. It's gonna be alright. Again, it's the very pointy nature that's throwing me off a little bit here, but I think if we broke it down into rows like this, then suddenly it becomes a lot more obvious what we need to do. Yeah, this will be fine. Oh, I'm not using Jim. Come up with another name or I'm going to do it myself. Sparky? Oh, fine. Okay, you know what? No. I'll include Jim, but please don't vote for Jim. We already have a Jim. I want to be fair. Mr. Bones does a really good job and I don't like eliminating his options, and he clearly feels strongly about Jim, even though we already have Jim Bob the Jim Frog. Okay, we'll do Jim the Weatherman. Because I love you very much. But I don't want to encourage this behavior in future. Weatherman. Okay, those are the options. I've made him happy, it was worth it. Please don't name the Raichu Jim.
Oh, it wasn't the Jim bit, it was the other bit that you said.
Oh. Four, 5. I feel like the lightning bolt is quite sizable. 6, 7, 8. 8 is about right. 9. There we go. I'm sorry to everybody whose name suggestions didn't make it. Hopefully there's an option there that you still like well enough to vote for. When we have to narrow it down to 4, sometimes it's really hard. Stitches. Single crochet, single crochet, and a half double. So I'm just using different stitch heights to build our lightning bolt here. 1, 2, 3. And I'll make 2 of them and sew them together like I did with the tail here. It just gives them that little bit of like density that I think works really nicely for this sort of thing. So that's as pointy as our lightning bolt is going to get to be, and I think that's fine. I think that gets the job done. So that was 2 slip stitches, some single crochet, a half double, and it then ended with 3 decreases. So I need to work out what some of those other numbers were. Not decreases, double crochets. Okay, so it was 2 singles. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. I have the right number of stitches. So we're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and turn, and we're going to do some doubles to build the middle of the lightning bolt. 1, 2, probably only 3. You have a question for our most peculiar crochet professor? Who's the most peculiar one? How's Meatball doing? Meatball's fine. He is no longer on top. He has joined his friends in the bag. I'm sorry for shouting away from the microphone. I'm assuming you can still hear me. Oh no, there he is. There's our buddy. Moo. Meatball is doing just fine. What about the brown part? Is it going to be floppy or what? Are you talking about like the long strand of the tail? We'll do it as a long chain. And what I'll do is I'll anchor it. Like kind of like I've drawn it here, where it'll be anchored where it actually attaches to the body, and then I'll curl it up and around and I'll anchor it at the shoulders, anchor it on the other side, and then the lightning bolt itself will be anchored like up here, so that, yeah, you kind of just like, you're gonna just like tack it on in a few different places and it gets the job done. Or I can just make it long and floppy and wrap it around him like a scarf. So chain 2, turn, 3 double crochet, and oh, is that too thick actually? I think it might only be 2 double crochet. That's better. We're going to chain 2 and turn again. 1 and 2, turn, and we'll do a double and a double. Sorry, I'm having some thoughts and they're coming from a little bit far away. I'm trying to work out when I should have done the chains for here. Because I could do them now. It'll just anchor our lightning bolt in this kind of strange spot, but I think that's okay. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two DC, chain 5 and turn, and 2 slip stitches and 2 single crochet, or a single crochet and a half double back to the... It's weird. We're constructing this in a slightly odd order, but I think it's still going to work for us. So slip stitches to get us a point, single crochet, and a half double. And now what? We need to make sure that these ends join together like this. So I am going to slip stitch into the top there. That looks lightning bolty to me. I reckon that's pretty good. Have I ever considered crocheting a board game? I just made a Super Mario Bros. Themed tic-tac-toe game as a commission for a friend. I have thought about it. I've seen other people do it. I don't have anything new to bring to that space at the moment. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I think about it, and if I come up with a good idea, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. But I know that Crochet Club just did one. They did like Lava Run or something. So, well, I say just as though, like, I think it was last year sometime. It might have been the year before. Time is weird for me right now. Lightning bolt. So, yeah, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. I just don't have a good idea yet. That's not something I'm actively working on either. Substitch to... The thing that brings me joy in crochet is creatures. So, if there's a crossover there, I'll find it. But if there's not, there's not. What's up?
Food is very temperature. Perfect for scoffing.
I'm just literally finished wrapping up this creature. That's why we're doing our name vote now. I'd rather my lunch be cold than the people be bored. So let's end that poll. We have officially named Raichu Sparky with 38% of the vote, closely followed by Electric Boogaloo at 35%, then Nut at 21%, and Jim the Weatherman at just 4%. Oh, bye Nikki! You get a good night's sleep. Good proper night's sleep. I am going to go ahead and name this Sparky the Electric Boogaloo. And we might lose the Electric Boogaloo off the end of it, but I just spelled Electric Boogaloo with 3 O's. Yeah, so I'm going to make a second lightning bolt and stitch them together so that they have a little bit more rigidity and it'll stick out the side like this. Anchor it in. So now we just need a long brown tail, and I will give you an example of what it'll look like, though I don't know if this will be the final one I actually use because I need to assemble it first. Yep, no dropped frames, nothing's bad. So I probably just really tightly chain so that it's nice and thin and floppy. I could have worked over a long tail, but why overcomplicate it? It doesn't need to be. So like we'll do that, it'll be anchored to one end of the tail and then back into the body, but it'll be really long and like curved around and stuff. So that's the plan for the tail there. Okay. He wants Staravia in my hair next stream. Well, Staravia's just sitting off to the side here. He's a bit big. Hold on. And I have it on good authority that it's a boy because of the way I did the head spots. The gender differences get me sometimes. My control panel is telling me I have no current streams. But, like, he's a bit much. Okay, cool. So that is Sparky, our little Raichu. I will pop this on his back for now. And we're going to get the next vote started, and I'm going to go eat my lunch. So let's open this screen here. So for anybody who missed it, the theme today is we have a heist going on. So we picked the guy who's cutting the power, which was Raichu. You can't see that on screen at all anymore. Hold on. There it is. So your options for the others are we can pick the distraction, we can pick the guy to cut the glass, we can pick the guy doing the grab, or we can pick the person doing the getaway. So those are our options. Shout out to my sister-in-law for putting this particular theme together for us. It's a lot of fun. So at the end, we're going to have to decide if we actually had a successful heist or not. So keep that in mind, because so far we've cut the power and nothing else. There we go. So 1, 3, 4, or 5. We are making just the 2 today. So this is our final pick. Just because I've got the Soul Silver Pokemon in the works as well. It's a lot of Pokemon, and we've got a backlog to get through. It's a lot of Pokemon. So there we go. So 1, 3, 4, or 5. I'm going to start this poll and then go eat some lunch. So you guys behave yourselves, or not, and leave your guesses in the chat as to who you think you're actually guessing for. There we go. That's starting there, and break. Brother? Brother, is that you? Hello, brother. am back. What are you doing over there? Okay, so you guys have made your decision. Let's close off this poll and see what was picked. Oh boy, exactly, oh boy. So you guys firmly picked number 4, the grab, with 43% of the vote. Then came number 5 with 26%, number 1 with 18%, and number 3 with just 11%. So y'all were not interested at all in cutting that glass, and fair enough. So let us do a little reveal over here for door number 4. You have picked the one and only cat burglar himself. Meowth, that's right. There he is. We made Persian a while ago now. So, while I still have Raichu set up as my sprite, let's flick back over to the Pokédex and I can point. I love having the ability to point is amazing. So that will fill in this box here. Thank you, Raichu, for your services. So we filled in this one here and finished that line, and this one here. This line's not finished yet though, because there's still Venomoth remaining. This line still has Kadabra needed. And this one Grimer, and etc. and so on and so forth. But, like, we've finished one line today, and we're getting closer to finishing this line here. So pop him down there. And let's do all the changeovers. I'll do all of the reveals at the end, the way I normally do. Because, like, it's just easy. I think it's easy for everyone. If, like, you're clicking into a stream and you just want to know what the reveals were, you know you can click to the end and see them always at the same spot. So this is our 139th Pokemon, bringing us down to just 12 to go. Bingo. Let's change that sprite. Thank you, Raichu. You were very, very helpful. I almost changed it back to Raichu. There we are, Meowth. There's our new little friend. Oh, he can point too. He can point in many different ways. There we are. I'll just kind of want to stick him over the top of the chat, but I won't do that. Pop him right there. Okay, yeah, Mozzarella. So we do have a temporary name in place for this fellow because we named Persian something to do with Parmesan. Hold on. Let me look it up. We named Persian Parmesan, like Parmesan, and then we pitched that Meowth would then be named Mozzarella. So Mozzarella is one of the options. We still need 3 more for the vote. If you guys decide that you like the name Mozzarella, that's fine too. So, yeah, little crime kitty. And I just wanted to give you guys a slightly better look at what was happening with Nidorina and Nidorino, because I don't think you guys got a really good look at the start of the stream today. So we just thought we'd show them off again a little bit. Mr. Bones in particular is quite enamored with the sass of Nidorina. So there she is. And that's just a slightly better look at He Who Shall Not Be Focused. There we go. Nidorino. Who's just really... Fold that lip back down. Really just a little gremlin. So yeah, just pop those to one side again. Just wanted to show them off one final time. And clear some space here so we can make Meowth. Now, with Meowth we need a lot of the same colours, honestly, as Raichu. So we still need the caramel brown for paws and tail. I don't know, that medallion on his head I'm thinking might be yellow, because it's meant to be gold, right? He definitely has black tips to his ears though, so I'll put the brown aside for now. I'll pull in some black, and most of him is cream, right? I don't think there's any kind of like argument here. Toe beans and foot pads? What colour are the toe beans and the foot pads? Let me look up the reference images, that's the plan here, right? Oh, I'm still stuck at Raichu. Here we go. Quick scroll through the Discord. Thank you to everybody for sharing the butt pics. Oh, I see what you mean about toe beans. Alright, I will sketch that out at some point. I don't know how I'm going to do all of these little claws. But, we'll work that out as we go. I'm going to draw here today because I don't really want to, like, I'm running out of room. I need to clean this room up a little bit because I'm very sandwiched into a little corner of it right now. Oh, it could be Parmesan and crackers. That's fun. So much sass. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Grim Squirrel. I appreciate that. I love their little expressions. They become such people to me. And, like, it's really exciting that something can go from just, like, a basic purple potato into something that has this much attitude. to it. Like, I understand that the sass comment is almost definitely directed at this one here. Meh. I've just always had such a soft spot for the Nido lines because they've always felt the most Pokemon to me. They feel like the truest form of Pokemon. Anyway, let's draw us a Meowth, shall we? We've got an oval for a head. We've got a little dollar on his forehead because he's a lucky cat. These giant eyes are going to be a potential problem for us because it means that I don't know if we can use safety eyes for something that's this specific. I need a picture of Meowth with his mouth shut. There it is. Oh no, this is going to be one of those ones where the sketch doesn't look anything like him, but we fall in love anyway, isn't it? Some of that eyeliner on. So yeah, maybe crocheted eyes are the go here today. So many pointy whiskers is going to be a problem. It is. It's going to be a problem. What do the back of those ears look like? Because they're clearly black and brown from the front. Oh. And then the rest of him is kind of just like nub. These arms are getting a little out of hand, but I do think that is actually proportionally what they are. There you go. Oh, wow. Mr. Bones, that's not helpful. Okay, so it looks like they're cream on the back, the ears, that is. So, like, they've just got, like, a little black around the front of them. And cream on the back. Tail. No, it's only got a one curl over. Let's not get excited here. Giant flippery feet on this fella. I'm probably going to put him in a sitting pose, which means I do have to pay attention to the under of the foot, and the under of the foot looks like this. It's annoying. It's worse than the Raichu somehow. I don't know how they managed it. So we've got split colours, and we have a toe bean, and then we've got like toe beans as well, like beans. Alfredo sass? Yeah, so, okay, just to clear up any contention about the names here, Meowtzarella was the one that was like, that came up firmly when we were naming Persian because we named it Parmesan and we thought Meowtzarella would be a cool matching name for that. How we're handling that these days is the name we pick in that moment, so Meowtzarella becomes one of the guaranteed poll options for today. So if you still want that, you can vote for it. But because we're making it on stream today, we got, sorry, Sir Grey is on the keyboard again. You guys can also suggest some other names, and if you like them better, you can replace Meowtzarella as the name. I was just like, you guys still have some agency here, some decisions. Oh, we naming him De Niro? Anyway, that's our kitty. So yeah, the ears are like black, then brown on the inside, and then cream at the back. Again, it's just those 6 pointy whiskers that are actually stressing me out here. I don't know how I'm going to replicate that in yarn. I could make little individual pieces and sew them on. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to have to do, and that's fine. We've done worse. Worse things have happened at sea. So let's just ink our little official portrait here, as we are wont to do. There we go. I do think I'm going to have to crochet eyes today. I don't think I can replicate. Like, there's a lot I can do with a safety eye, but something that looks like this is not it. Just a little embroidered face should do the trick. Honestly, I think I have to crowd like source an opinion from the crowd here on this one here. I don't know if you guys remember the little nightmare raccoon I drew last week. I've never been so close to getting one of my own doodles tattooed on myself, but I need to know if I'm crazy to even be thinking about it. So you guys can just let me know what you think about that, because it's just like, something about it just feels very me. Sorry, the reason that is on my mind is because we're currently sketching and drawing in the book that's not as non sequitur as it maybe appears at first blush. There's our little kitty. Top chat is annoying. My window size changed, so it was too narrow to put chat the right, and it switched to top chat. I missed the kitty keyboard smash. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like YouTube is determined that you only want to look at top chat. I'm just like, no, I'm pretty sure we want to look at all chat. Thanks for asking. Okay, I didn't really do a proper piece breakdown, but this guy is relatively simple. So we're going to do like giant Stewie Griffin head into nub. So that's just all one piece. The little whiskers, I'll probably work them over I'm edging myself out of frame. Probably just work over a long tail so that both end pieces are at the same end, and we'll make 6 of those as needed. The ears, we could do an inside piece and an outside piece and then join them together using black stitches. I think that's what we did with Persian. Just taking a glance around to see if I can still see her. Oh, I can. Hello. So she's got cute little like ears that are also cream on the outside. Hers are cream on the inside, and they've got the little black rim around them, and so like similar type of thing. We're going to mitten the hands a little bit. We can always just stitch on some black lines if we want to. Tail we'll just make as a long tube. Brown at the end, and then we just roll that on up. What am I missing here? The feet, it's basically Raichu feet all over again. It's just I have to stitch on toe beans as well. Like, there's a lot of crossover between what's happening here with Meowth and what's happening with Raichu. It's just with Meowth, we're going to put him into a little seated pose. Like, so his little big feet are like up like this. So he looks like a proper Goomba. Beans all on display. Because, like, why even have beans if you're not going to display them? Like so. So that's the plan. Okay. Okay, we got our cream. I'm just going to start making this body nub. Are you ready to punch ya? No, he's not. Just writing down some notes first because, like, the Stewie Griffith heads. Sorry, I know that's probably a really old reference, but we just want to build our increases on the sides and not at the front and back, so it grows longer than it does out. The one with all the mouths. Oh, sorry. Let me find the raccoon real quick. But I got to do it off screen because there's spoilers in this notebook at this point. There he is. This guy. With the secret tail. The mouth for snacking. So yeah, that's the nightmare raccoon. Hopefully that was non-spoilery for everyone involved. Now we're going to actually get started on this Meowth. I'm not going to try and keep him in size with the Persian. I think the Persian actually ended up as a weird little nub that we somehow managed to make turn out okay, but was not ideal in general. It has a mace. Yeah. Of course the mace would have to go on too. I don't have to be, like, just to make sure that the exact situation here is known, I don't currently have any tattoos. It's just, I've always really liked them. And, like, I don't know, something about that creature is speaking to my soul. What are the other mouths for? Well, the tail mouth is for snacking. The other mouths are just, like, for terror. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, no, it would need the mace. The mace is part of it. He has many mouths to feed. You need a weapon if you've got that many mouths to feed. It'd be cool if I had a glittery gold thread to hold double-stranded with the gold I'd use for his coin. I do not have anything even close to matching that description, I'm afraid. But I can change it out for a stronger yellow if we don't like the pale yellow. Because I do think it is potentially meant to be a stronger yellow. And I've got this one here as well, so we can have a yellowier tone. Excellent, it's working. I feel the terror. Good. The armpit mouths the surprise snacking. Yeah, Henyang, that was kind of the plan. If I crocheted, I was talking about how they would need to be like proper pocketed mouths. Surprise snacking, surprise for who? Yeah. 8, 9, 10. Kind of want to see it as a excuse me, crochet project for Halloween time. Yeah, that's kind of how that conversation all started, so I'm not ruling it out. I think it's a very niche thing. 3. Do some increases to widen out the head. Wait, why did I do 3 stitches just then? It should have only been 2. Pop. Hydrate or die. Thank you, devil in the details. We're hydrating, don't you forget. Don't worry about that. Honestly, Sunday is the only day I hydrate properly. Niche maybe, but fitting indeed. Yeah, I get that. It'd be even cooler if there's like some sort of secret trinket pocket. Or if he was like a dice bag, so that like if he was full of dice and you had to shake him upside down and they all fell out of his mouth. Something about that just fills me with fiendish glee. But that's not a crochet project, that's a 3D printing, or like, you know what I mean? You need different materials to make that work properly. It's like a dice tower, but it's a raccoon with a bunch of horrible nightmare mouths, and like you put them in his wide open like head mouth, because you have to be specific, and it's a dice tower and it just rolls dice out of one of its other mouths. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Cool. I'm going to write that row down because it went really well. 3 increases, 3 single crochet, and then 3 increases, getting us up to 18 around. Now we don't want this little fella to be too big, but we do need him to be a little bit bigger than this. So 1, 2, 3. Kind of like mini golf, except more terror. Yeah. In all reality, it's just 15 raccoons in a sheet ghost that have sugar highs. Possibly. Possibly. The mimic decided to be an animal rather than an object. I actually think it's a war for dominance between a mimic and a raccoon. But that only works if you consider mimics to be like a parasite that takes over existing objects. Which is kind of a fun concept. Because, like, thinking about what mimics would be in contemporary spaces is actually a super fun pastime. Because, like, I personally think that they'd have great success as elevators. But only, like, old mimics get to the point where they can be an elevator. Whereas, like, I also think cars, even Amazon packages, I think, would have a pretty high, like, success rate for them. I don't know. Am I crazy? Someone back me up here. Oh, so you're pitching it's like a Rat King, but with raccoons. As for Meowth, yeah, he absolutely does have a payday attack, and coins do bounce all over the screen, and you end up getting money. It's basically he mugs them, which is very fitting for today's theme. Alright, just taking a second to write down a row. We are up to 24 in our round, or we should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Ah, I dropped it. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, cool. We are up to 24. Yeah, packages would absolutely eat well. Plus, you wouldn't have to worry about porch pirates anymore. So it's a win-win. You would literally cultivate a domesticated mimic. A microwave mimic? Yeah. Another excellent suggestion. Meanwhile, the laundry basket mimic would probably just slowly starve to death. In the book, Everyone Loves Large Chests, the mimic gets the ability to change into humans. Amy, I can't believe you've read that book. Oh my goodness. Is it tasty? Yeah, no, I like good. Excellent. Yes, absolutely. Boxy has formed a small part of my personality at this point. One of my D&D formal dining. One of your D&D characters is a pet mimic in the form of a lunchbox. Oh, that's cute. It's not bento, it's oh no. Freezer mimic would be a menace. I agree with that. But even like baby mimics as like wallets. Like you pick up the wallet on the side of the, like even if you have completely like altruistic intentions of like, you pick up the wallet, oh, let's get it back to its owner, open it up and chomp. And like you lose a finger. You lose a finger to the wallet mimic. Tail mouth for snacking, armpit right for drinking hot fluid, armpit left for drinking cold, belly mouth for formal dining, face mouth for taking, oh, maybe talking when other mouths are full. Yeah, a little coin pouch mimic, exactly. The lunchbox mimic's name is Benny Toes. Aw, cute! Because you found him after he ate someone's foot. I love that. Something about... So, like, real-world creatures, I relate to several real-world creatures, right? But, like, when it comes to fictional creatures, I was always a dragon kid, but I don't know, something about a mimic just, like, hits me right in the feels. It's just, like, I relate so hard to those little guys. They are my soul fantasy creature. Some people are like picking phoenixes and griffins and dragons and whatevers, and it's just like, nope, it's like mimic. That is what I am. I am fine with this. Chester and Don't Starve. Yeah, cute little guy. You know that you can turn him into like a fridge box as well, right? Fill him up with blue gems on like a full moon or something. There might be something else that I'm forgetting, but like, yeah, you can turn him into a bunch of different types of Chester. It's fun. The convo about coin pouch mimic remind you of the edible coins in Delicious in Dungeon. Oh yeah. Honestly, I really liked how they did the hermit crab mimics in that. Honestly, I liked the way they approached, like that just felt like a really well thought out universe. I really appreciated, I don't want to spoil anything specific, like I know I've already said hermit crab mimics, but I don't think that gives anything away. It's, yeah, I just really appreciated how they approached their creatures in that show. You didn't know that? Okay, excellent. Loot, you need to go to the wiki and you need to look up all of the various Chesters you can make, because the ability to have Chester be an icebox is invaluable, and he can be a bunch of other stuff as well, but I can't quite remember what else, because once you find out he can be an icebox, why would he be anything else? He even turns white. He turns into a little yeti. It's cute. It's very cute. Okay, I think I've done 2 rows of that so far. 1, 2. Let's move the stitch marker. It's been a hot minute since I played and I need to step it up. I admittedly haven't played that in a while either. Last time I played was literally for that video that I did. Not last year, but the year before, I think it was, where I did the bosses from the Don't Starve, 4 seasonal bosses. That was the last time I played any of it. So yeah, it's been a minute. I know that the Don't Starve Together spin-off has had a few updates, I think, since then. Amy, I'm a little vague on the specific details, but I very, very much followed the story of Boxy for at least the first chunk of books. Minnick was my favourite, and I liked just the whole world being built there. And also just like the idea that he used to sit on his pile of treasure, just being a simple chest, just because it was the way he found peace when he was pretending to be a cat girl the rest of the other time. Like, yeah. I can't remember why I stopped reading those, but I think I made it a fair chunk of the way through. Oh, hi Nat. Think he just had normal form, icebox, and shadow form? I might just be like, misremembering a bunch more, just purely on the basis of like, you know how you get overexcited about finding out there's more than one form of something? And so like, with enough distance from that idea, your brain just turns it into, wow, there must be so many. That could also just be happening. It has been a while. It's been a while, Nat. We missed you. A big part of that is on me, though, because, like, I used to crochet well into the night, and now I stop in the middle of the afternoon. Okay, I think that's enough depth. Okay, now we close in the cheeks. And I'm just going to close them in at the sides as well, because we basically just need to like tuck him on in. He's like, he's just a little dude who is what he is. And I appreciate that. Honestly, I think we can kind of go from 24 down to 12 in one row and just like really just make this work for us. So in order to do that, we would just 24 divided by 3 is the question here, and that gives us 8. So we could just do 8. What am I doing? That doesn't work at all. I was going from 24 down to no, I came at it from the wrong angle of the math. So we need to like sorry for the gremlin noises. So 6 times 3 is 18, leaving 6 stitches remaining. So it's 6 repeats of a single crochet and then a single crochet 3 together. And rather than just decreasing at the cheeks, I'm going to do that the whole way around, because if I look at his side view, it's very much like a lollipop. It's like he's got, it's the ear, that's his little face. And then like his body is like, see how it's like in on all sides? So we kind of do want to decrease on all sides, even though arguably you would want the biggest decreases at the sides. So we're just going to try it this way, and then if we don't like it, we'll do something else. Benjamin is totally a mimic? Maybe. Admittedly, Benjamin's eyes got co-opted for other projects, and his wheels are still sitting on a shelf. He's just like a little DIY that I kind of never got back to, but I still have good intentions for, and in the meantime he has been a very good stuffing bin for me, so he is being fit for purpose. It's just I haven't added his flair. There we go. So I'm using single crochet 3 togethers instead of regular decreases, because it's going to get us a much smaller row a lot faster. And it's going to like really pinch in those sides, which is a shaping that we really want in this case. We don't want it to be like gently rounded. We want to just like get that job done. Do skeletons sweat? They ooze blood, because blood is created in like the bone marrow. So I don't know if that counts as sweat, but it sure is something to think about. You want to call him Charcuterie? I love that. That's so cute. There we go. Charcuterie. necessarily just when he's sweaty, it's all the time. Skeletons like to be wet, and so like that is where a lot of blood is produced. If not all the blood is produced, I'm not great on human biology. But yeah, no, blood is produced in as part of like the bones. And so like skeletons should be wet. If your bones are oozing marrow, you've got a different set of problems. Okay, alright, good. That works. That's a good little bean for a head. It's a little smaller than I thought he would be, but we're going to just try and make it work. It's always a little bit stressful when they start turning out a little too small. It's worse than when they're turning out too big, because big is a lot of extra work because it's more rows. But small is stressful because I'm just looking at the number of details we have and I'm just like, I don't know if I can land this plane. That's not canon. I don't ooze. I am a domestic skeleton. Mr. Bones is learning things about himself today. Alright, I still want to decrease a little bit on the sides just to like really enhance like the roundness of the cheeks. So to do that, I don't want to make him too narrow though. Like we don't want him to come in too small. I think 8 around isn't a bad place to start with the body, even though that's really little. He's a really little fella. Maybe just 1 decrease on either side will get the job done. So we'll go, what are we at the moment, 12? Okay, so we'll go 4 single crochet and then a decrease, and we'll do that twice, and it'll take us down to 10. The idea that skeletons like being wet, I don't like that idea, but Nat, your skeleton is wet right now. Why would I assume living skeletons are damp? Because yours is damp right now! Grim squirrel, pull up out of that nosedive, okay? Anyway, there goes my alternative to avoid the humidity. Yep, sorry. You got to keep the meat suit. It's important. It's got a job to do. You're making frogs. That's much nicer. You're making an effort not to fall asleep. You don't want to fall asleep? I forget. Is it very early in the morning or very late? And it's very early in the morning for you right now, isn't it? Micro crochet time for the details, breaks out magnifying glass. I wish that was further from what the truth is right now. Particularly as I have very little success making anything small, like with a hook smaller than my 3.5. A lot of that is just practice and muscle memory, but I've become very niche in my hook sizing choices.
There's a good hat you can get for model making.
Okay.
Where it's got the little lenses there. And like you can look down with your normal eyes, or you can like tilt your head down and see with the magnifying eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily my eyes that are the problem, it's my big stupid sausage fingers.
New beautiful lovely fingers.
That are also kind of dumb.
Pass hand. Pass hand.
Oh no, the soggy skeleton's coming to get me. Oh.
Beautiful hands.
They're so cute. You're making a little blanket for Soup? Okay, I missed who Soup was and I need details immediately. She likes to sleep on the bottom of one of our shelves instead of in the huge bed mat we have in the computer room. AM. Okay, yeah, he wouldn't let you sleep. Yeah, sorry, we literally just got through that weather. We're now in that nice cold part of the year and I'm really enjoying it and I want to stay here. But thankfully we should be here now until January. So, yeah, that's good. Coffee. I'm making coffee. Largely because I haven't reached my 3-point minimum for today and it's midnight in my neck of the world. Oh my goodness, the idea of drinking coffee. Sorry. Disclaimer here, I don't drink coffee at all, so I have no frame of reference, but I had a sip of one like a month ago and I'm still kind of just getting over the twitching. The idea of having one at midnight is crazy to me. Soup is the kitten my husband and you... you got picked by the cat distribution system. Soup is a great name for a kitten. Soup is a perfect name for a kitten. put a few pics in the Pet Tax channel. Oh, I should look at that again. Sorry, I scroll through that when I need a little pick-me-up. I've had a good week. It just looks like a whooper. Woo! You got the zoomies. I love charcuterie. Yeah, Mr. Bones, I am officially adding charcuterie to the list. For anyone who doesn't get it, charcuterie is a board of like meats and cheeses. Charcuterie is very funny. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Okay, so that has been 4 rows so far. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little tiny body of just 10 stitches. He needs a little bit more body. And I think we're going to flare it out just a little bit. Just so that it looks nice and comfy. We like to make sure that they've got a comfortable seat. The sketch of Raichu looks like it wants some ear piercings. I feel ya. I can take care of that. Let's see here. What kind of earrings will he have? Let's give him a bunch of hoops. And then maybe like one long dangly one. Guys, I forgot to tell you guys. I was going to wait until they arrive, but they should arrive this week. The earrings that I've been like lusting after, not from Binkaboo, but by Spice and Dragons, went on sale for end of financial year. And I got some. And they're so pretty. And they're on the way to me, and they came with like a free pair of earrings as well, which was kind of cool. And so I will be wearing those next week, and they're just like these big purple iridescent dragons, and I'm so excited about them. Yeah. You have a little triangle. Oh no, you'd have a lightning bolt. That's my bad, buddy. There you go. There we go. You've got some earrings. Also feel like you kind of have like a coordinated set in his tail as well. He feels like he's that kind of critter. Yeah, all of the birds went on sale as well, but it's like I saw the dragons first. I'm just like, I'm gonna get some dragons. It's to the point where I've been meaning to go and get, because I used to have multiple piercings, but a bunch of them have closed off. Like I had one up here, and I had like 2 in the lobe. And I've been meaning to get them pierced again, but I've been holding off on doing it so I can wear these fancy new ones first, because once I get that piercing in, I won't want to fuss with my ears for a couple of months. I'll just like put something in and leave it. But like I want to have a chance to at least wear the dragons on stream once. So we've been holding off on getting the piercing redone. We did finally get to Raichu. We did. He's looking really good too. Hang on, where's our potato? There's our potato boy. It's a nice gentle barrier to entry on that one. We named him Sparky. Yeah, we named him Sparky. Yeah. Just a little bit of a wardrobe adjustment. Okay, so we're at 12 around, and I think we're just going to stuff and close off at this point. Wiki says teeth are technically considered part of your digestive system and are not bone, just bone. Like, yeah, I know they have 36 calories each. What did we name him? We named him Sparky. I think I said that already. That wasn't me correcting you. That was me wondering if I've said that out loud or just thought it loudly. That's all. Okay, and we close. It is one hell of a fun fact, I agree. Oh, 40 degrees Celsius is rough. That is some rough stuff. And yeah, I agree exactly with that logic, Larissa. When it's cold, you can put layers on, you can wear some socks, you can wear a couple of nice woolly jumpers, you can... all those good things. When it's hot, you can't take off a layer of skin. Like when it's cold, one warm shower can last you a couple of hours because you just like you heat up your core and you're good. Whereas like a cold shower just does not have the same staying power, even if it's a dry heat. Yeah, Mr. Bones has an opinion. I'm going to remind you that in January. Yeah, I am an Arctic creature. We like the cold. Well, I like our version of cold. Honestly, it's never snowed here. But it still gets pretty freaking cold, okay? It gets cold enough. It gets... Okay, here's the thing. It's the perfect level of cold because it's cold enough that you wear layers and take a couple of preemptive measures, like a heater, closing up the house, double glazing. But it's not so cold you have specialty cold weather gear to go outside in it. You don't need, like, snow layers or snowshoes. And so, like, it's that perfect mid-ground. Okay. Here's our little kitty. A little kitty. So that's head and body. What next? The ears are scaring me, so we're not doing those next. We'll do feet next. And we'll start in the colour that I'm calling caramel at the moment. I think it's called sun gold, officially. For the little slippers at the ends. Putting your feet in a bucket of cold water will cool you down quickly. Honestly, I resort to... I like pedestal fans. If the air is moving, it feels cooler. To the point where between, like, December and, if I'm honest, like, May, the ceiling fan in our bedroom goes constantly, and there's a pedestal fan as well that I will carry around the house and plonk wherever I'm sitting. That's what I mean. Like, there is a point where you can't put on any more layers, and that's kind of what I mean when I say, like, ours is the perfect ratio of, like, not past the point of comfortable cold. Peeling sunburn is the closest. Oh, that's rough stuff. Don't get sunburnt. I say this as like... Look, okay, it's no secret that I am extremely pale, right? I go outside occasionally, but like I slather myself in sunscreen. It's funny, because like even Mr. Bones, who is canonically made of bone, is a darker shade than I am. One of the tricks that I've heard about but have not had a chance to try myself is you can get those big pet cooling mats that you don't put them in the fridge or anything, though you can, but they're for like the big dogs that have a hard time cooling down in hot weather because of their coat types or whatever. But what they do is they take the heat and they like... there's a word for it. Disseminate? Disparate? Distribute? They distribute the heat. That's the one. And they like distribute... Yeah, exactly, Daiquiri. That's the correct behavior. But like, they can get those pet mats and like they distribute the heat from the body, which like makes you cooler just from like having contact with them. And like people were getting them here last summer and putting them in their like office chairs and like layering them up on their beds as for human use. And to the point where you just could not find them anywhere. So I'm on the lookout for one of those for next summer. Disperse! Thank you, that was the word I was looking. Distribute wasn't quite right. Disperse is what I was looking for. Dissipate also would have worked. Great. So there was many, many words that could have worked perfectly in that context, and I could not remember any of them. Right. Okay, so he has long brown feet. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5. Yeah, we had that last year. Everyone went crazy buying them. Exactly. So like I am like actively looking for them, but they're just never in stock anywhere anymore because people have now cottoned on to the secret. Because like it's cool that you can put them in the fridge, but it's even cooler that you don't have to for them to be effective. It's a personal heat sink, yeah, basically. Think about trying to get more plants to cool the house down. That's a good idea. We actually ended up we have like a balcony right outside our house, and it's made of glass, and there's a parking lot there, and so like a lot of heat bounces off that parking lot into the apartment. And this year we put up like a little bamboo screen, and I genuinely think it lowered the overall temperature of our house by about 2 degrees, so that was quite effective. Yeah, Tot's in my hair. It's a bit of a bird's nest today. You do the kangaroo and lick your arms and hands and wait for the evaporation to cool you down. I feel like that's a fast path to dehydration, Coletti Spaghetti, so I hope you're staying hydrated while doing that. It is a known technique, though, if you are overheating, is you run cool water or, like, get an ice pack and put it on your pulse points, so things like wrists can help just cool your body down a lot faster. You don't do it in public. Good to know. What are you doing? Oh, nothing, just impersonating a kangaroo. Don't worry about me. Actually, you know what? No, if you're actively licking yourself in public, you'll probably find not many people have the courage to ask what you're doing. Because, like, yeah, honestly, it comes across as a whole lot of not my problem. But there's also things like, you know, get yourself a fun parasol and just keep out of direct sunshine. Double glazing and insulation if you have long-term options. Double glazing and insulation are good for both summer and winter. Just put sun reflexing covers on our window. Yeah, sun reflecting. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, ours are double glazed, which is awesome, frankly. It means that a lot of the time we don't have to run our aircon, because I'm not a huge fan of it. But if the apartments around us stay relatively cool, our apartment stays relatively cool, because it doesn't catch a lot of direct sun, because we're just like in the middle of a block. I've deliberately not cut our front hedge to increase its height and shade. Yeah, exactly. Being in a south-facing house with single skin walls get really hot. Yeah, I bet they do. Wow. Because, like, cement walls and double glazing here, plus we only get direct sunshine in winter, which is actually really lovely. We're north-facing. It's a bit of a treat, frankly. Wet towel on the back of the neck. Excellent. Just we're all trading survival tips. Oh my goodness, look at the little leg. I do think I need to, I don't know, can I get away with just attaching feet, or do you guys really want the leg itself? Because I've made it at the wrong angle if I wanted to do the leg as well. Okay, I think we need a little bit of leg. It's alright, I got this. Oh, night, Dr. Lipton. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, just trying to think about how I'm doing this turn, because I could do it with increases, or I could do it with some front post trickery, which I probably will. We love some front post trickery. So we'll go 4 single crochet and then 2 front post single crochet. One, 2, oh yeah, never underestimate the power of a sundress. It's a strong move right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go 1, decrease, and 1, and then 2 increases. So we're doing a combination method. Why? Because we felt like overcomplicating something. Everything's just been a little bit smooth sailing today. Single crochet, decrease, single crochet, and then 2 increases. which will bring us up to 7 stitches around. You're hungry? Hi, hungry. I'm CK. It does look like a little mushroom. And a final stitch to close off the back of the heel. Can I suggest some sort of crushed ice beverage? A glass of water with 3 ice cubes. 3 ice cubes is the perfect amount. Ice cubes make everything better and fancier. So that you're keeping yourself hydrated with some nice cool water, or a popsicle. Popsicles are great in summer, and you can get a whole bag of them for not that much. So, like, popsicles. Woo, team popsicle. I don't know. Don't ask me. I just work here. Single crochet, and then we do some of this. And we've made a little leg. This is the first time I've noticed that Meowth has a bad case of football head. The real design of me. Yeah, no. I appreciate that you're not making fun of me, because that's just rude. You wouldn't. But, there you go. You've got a little leg. You're going to stick out the side. I'm just going to sew the back of it closed so it doesn't get too wide. I'm regretting making the leg a little bit, but I think it'll make slightly more sense. I just think we're going to have a hard time proportionally with some of the choices I've made. But if you look at the sprite, his body is smaller than his leg, so this is proportionate to the picture I was presented. I don't know why I'm getting so aggressive about this. None of you are making any kind of issue. You don't have any issue with this. It's just like, I am the one with the issue. Okay, here we go. That's right, I noticed something. This is a non-spoiler, but it seems like it might be a spoiler, but it's literally just because I was scrolling through Gens 2, 3, and 4, looking for reference images for something. Specifically the Soul Silver run. Like, let's not be coy about it. But, like, there's a Pokemon wearing a seashell bikini top, and it's ridiculous, and once you spot it, you can't unsee it. Frankly, it's silly. But also, I don't have to make that one at the moment. I feel like it's not a spoiler to be like, hey, you know that 1,000 Pokemon project we're working on? Well, this one isn't one of the ones currently. They've been setting off fireworks since 8 PM. Oh, is it a special, like, I don't know, did anyone lose something or win something? If the neighbors set off one more firework, I'm gonna McFreakin' lose it. Oh, it didn't occur to me that, people there can just set off fireworks, because over here it's like very much a registered event type of thing. And honestly, it makes me super uncomfortable that it happens at the height of our fire season, or at the start of our fire season, I should say, is like when we have all of like the big events that have fireworks. It's like, I don't want to take any childhood joy away from people, but can we not launch a bunch of sparks into the air when the world is made of tinder? We are talking Gorbis. And I understand that the mermaid reference was intentional, but it still just makes me, like, it's such a weird looking flop of a thing, isn't it? Like, it's just strange looking. Alright, that's finished off. Now we're working on the arms, and I started with a magic ring of 6, then I did a single crochet and an increase for some reason, then 4 single crochet. So now we're at 7 for no real purpose, but we're here, and so we're just going to deal with it. We'll go around once to create a nice little blob of a paw. 1. I love watching something I say just ripple through the chat slowly. Oh, it's one of the purest joys a streamer can find. Yeah, Gorbis has a bikini top made of little seashells for some reason. Once you notice it, you can't go back to not noticing it. It's not an option anymore. Increase. 1. Decrease. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool, that left me with the right number of stitches. Gorbis is a wacky Pokemon. It looks like that and it stabs its prey and melts the insides to suck it up. Like, I know that it's based on... Like, it's weird. First of all, it's just weird that Clamperl evolves into... has like a diverging evolutionary line. Gorbis and Huntail. But, like, it's just real... Huntail looks... Huntail looks normal. And, Gorbis doesn't... It's such a weird little afterthought of a Pokemon. Oh, I'm sorry, Epic Name Moons, to remind you of, yeah, remind you of a task on your to-do list. Sorry, brain thoughtsing coming from... Wow, am I having a stroke? Hold on a second. Yeah, it's kind of like they took... I don't even know what to call it, like a weird little streak and decided to add a bunch of like iconically feminine features to it. It's just very strange. Iconically is not the word I'm looking for there. Stereotypically, leaning on a bunch of tropes. Hi, Confused Paladin. I hope you sleep well. You strike me as somebody who deserves better sleep than what you necessarily get. So yeah, we did Raichu and we're working on Meowth now. He's there. He says hello. Yes, that thing looks odd. Thank you. That's very validating for me. The noodle thingy's made of plastic. I have no idea, Nat. I'm sorry. It's funny. Meowth is kind of just like you take a mushroom and you attach some other mushrooms of various shapes to it. And then it somehow at some point should turn into a cat, right? Hopefully. That's the plan. 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to decrease down to 4 stitches around, even though I don't like it, just because this arm is still way too chunky. Way too chunky. Two. 3. Okay, and we'll do 1 row at a time and just try it on each time. Because he has quite long arms as well. Actually, I've gotten a lot better at sleeping since I got a real job, TM. It's just that this is one particular game killing you at the moment. Oh, what are you playing? It's funny to me the ones that they choose to make gender exclusive. But I guess I'm just revealing my own internal biases there. Okay, so as long as we keep Meowth's paws up in the air, I think I can still make this work. It's not a lot of real estate to work on, but like if we give him like a little like rawr paws, I think he'll be really... I think that could be really cute. Because then like a bunch of it gets swallowed up as the shoulder. Okay, yeah, that's adorable. I am keeping it. Why did I write decrease instead of finish off? Nonsense is what's happening. That's what I'm telling you. Absolutely ridiculous nonsense. Keep trying to freehand a cat pattern. You're not very good at it. Your last attempt you showed your sister and she thought it was a kangaroo. Rude. But like, also, no one's good at it when they start. I mean... Yeah, no one's good. No one's good when they start. The whole point is you keep going until you start slowly making some headway. It's practice. I have been practicing for a really long time, and I am just now starting to get to a point where I feel like I might know what I'm doing. And this channel is 5 years old. Well, not quite. It's 4.5-ish. Actually, you know what? Oh my goodness, it's the 29th of June. Okay, yeah, we're 1 month away from being 5 years old. It's called 100 Line Last Defense Academy. It's gimmick because it's got 100 different endings and you've gotten 22. Yeah, I'm sorry. Confused Paladin, you've got to pick up that pace. You've got a whole lot more endings to go there. If I can catch them all, so can you. Alright, tail. Let's do a little tail. Now, his tail can't be very round, so I might have to do a 4 single crochet tube, which I'm not looking forward to. And I'm going to require your emotional support. So yeah, just keep in mind that, like, as I work through this challenge, I have to remember the fact that at some point I'm going to make a tiny seashell bikini for a fish. And I'm going to do it as a completely serious person as part of my regular job. Five, 6, 7, 8. I cannot physically get this tail any thinner than this. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sorry for the counting, everybody. 15, but it's going to continue in the short term. 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Okay, cool. And a magic ring of 4, and then 4 single crochet times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be enough to get us the little curl at the end of the tail, which we will stitch into place. Yep, charcuterie, Mr. Bones, please. Don't worry, if Mr. Bones forgets, I will remember. And one more to change to cream. And around we go some more. Okay, who's traumatizing that? Alright. I have to do so many stitches around now, so that's what, 3 rounds? It's 12, 13. I am with the fish. Okay, I'm sorry. 19, Such a weird little fiddly piece. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. It's just endless. It's just an endless tube. Thank you, honey. So the names are De Niro, Mozzarella, Soup, Chatty Catty, and Charcuterie. Oh, night, Rencat. Thank you for hanging out. You're easily traumatized. The quality control team was on strike when you made. I feel like that all the time. Not regarding trauma, but regarding the ability to process emotions. The emotional lightweight aspect of me has me bursting into tears sometimes, and not even I know why. Okay, 3, and then I think that's the end of the row. 1, 2, 3. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this end will end up coiled up. Admittedly, the brown doesn't extend as far down as it potentially should, but I think that's pretty good. You know, like it's getting the job done. I don't really know how much longer this needs to be. Let's trim off that brown because I think we're done with it. I think we're in a good place with it. Is it St. Swithin's Day already? Where is the kippers? It's kind of funny when I somatize things and I'm like, I want to throw up. I know it's because I'm feeling something, but what am I feeling? Yeah. It's like, honey, why are you crying? Oh, I'm learning about SAD today, so I'm watching Grey's Anatomy. Night Confused Paladin, I hope you sleep well. Yeah, needs to be a little longer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that's 3 more rows. 1, 2, 3, bringing us up to 12 rows, which is a third again as long. And I think that's getting us pretty close. Oh yeah, that'd be good. I think we wouldn't possibly want it any longer than that. Now that it's had a couple of extra rows. Night Hang Yang, thank you for hanging out and thank you for maintaining that document for us. It is very much appreciated, and good luck with the new work and the graduation and all of those other good things that are happening in your life right now. Cool. I'll finish it off there, but we can always like frog it a little bit if we need to. I'm gonna like not finish it off properly just to make that a little easier. Very cute, very cute. Okay, so we need eyes, ears, whiskers, coin, and I think that's it. I'm going to step away for like 2 minutes real quick. I'm going to put the break screen on, but it won't be a full break. I will be back. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. I may have overhydrated. All right, so we have, what was the list? Eyes, coin, some whiskers. Let's do a couple of little whiskers and just see how we feel about them. Whenever you see an animated short from Blizzard, I will be sentimental crying at some point. You know what? I relate to that. There are some Pixar shorts I will not watch because they hurt me. I don't know why they feel the need to do that. Okay, so I'm working over a tail at the moment, and I just did a slip stitch, and we'll do a couple of little single crochet and just see how we like them. Okay, because he's only a little guy, so he doesn't need very big whiskers. I think that's going to work really nicely for us. Yeah, okay. Whiskers. Over tail. Because the chain adds so much bulk, working over a tail eliminates that and also gives it a little bit of a rigid core. So, like, there is a reason why I do it, even though I possibly do it slightly more often than strictly necessary. How many single crochets was that? 3? Finish off. Yeah, the grid is so full. I agree. We're down to what, 12 now? Yeah, 12. Like after next week, next week's stream, we'll be in our top 10. So I have some very serious thinking to do about what kind of format I want the last little push of this to take. And I'm going to need to do that homework before next week's stream. Okay, I'm actually going to make all of the whiskers and pin them on because they're going to give me some better idea of what real estate we actually have to play with regarding ears. How much long do I expect to go? Devil in the details, you're probably okay to head to bed because like I'm going to finish Meowth and do the reveals and that's it. We're not doing a third Pokemon today. The name vote will probably pop up pretty soon, but the cute sitting Meowth is so happy. Like, there's no need to be sad for the cute little sitting Meowth. It's just very, very happy. It's very chill. It's cozy. It was raised by the fireplace instead of in the cold streets. I could make the letters C and K when I make the unknown. I kind of think that with any of the ones like Rotom, or, you know, any of the ones that have like multiple default forms that are pretty extremely different, I mean, there are options. I could either just pick the one I like best, which I probably will do sometimes, or I could just have a wheel and we could just spin the wheel and have it decide. Because like the end goal of this is to have the most official looking Pokédex, and so we have to make sure that what gets made looks official enough. With Poliwrath, I haven't really talked about this, but I made the shiny version of Poliwrath, and at the time I didn't realize I did this, but it was really smart of me, so I'm going to share it with you now. Poliwrath's colors are limited to black, white, and in the shiny form it's green, and in the regular form it's blue. So by literally just a little slight tweak to the HSV wheels in, well, I use Critter, but any kind of photo editing software, I can literally change it back to its normal colors without having to make it again. And so like, since I realized that, because like I've realized having a shiny in the middle of a Pokédex looks very odd, which is part of the reason why I'm kind of shying away from making the shiny forms, even when they do come up in the Soul Silver run. So, your favorite, a wheel, or like an iconic looking one? Yeah, exactly. That's the plan. Because like with Unknown, with all the love in the world towards it, giant who cares which letter one we make. I don't mind. Like, some of them are going to be way harder than others, but like I'm still happy to spin a wheel to pick a letter for us. There's a couple of Pokemon out there like that. I'm just trying to think of another one at the moment. Like Rotom is another good one where like there are a bunch of appliances or there's the default Rotom, and I'm probably going to make the default Rotom. Oh, what's the name of cast form we've already made, so that question's already off the table. We made the default form of that. A little whisker on top of your head, mate. Which one goes up here? You were pleased by Cat Pickle's guest appearance. That good. It's just like he was just sitting there. He was having like some things happen in filming, and I leave them in if they're interesting. All right, so I'm going to make the whiskers, and then I'll launch the name vote, just so that that starts ticking along. Because we are running out of pieces, even if it doesn't necessarily seem like it. This is hard because I'm like settling the stitches as I make them, because I don't want them curly, but we do want them scrunched. And there's a happy little middle ground we're going for. What about making the first unknown I catch? That's fair as long as it comes up during the run. If it happens, like, if it, you know, like there's a pretty good chance that it'll be picked as an option on stream. Because we are getting to that point. We're nearly finished Gen 1. We're moving into the next gen. Is Unknown Gen 2? I thought Unknown was Gen 2. If I'm wrong, that's fine. But like, yeah, if it comes up in the run, I'll make whichever form I catch. Or that evolves. And if it doesn't come up in the run and it happens on stream, we can just spin a wheel. We can even spin the wheel a couple of times and then you guys can vote which one you like best. It's also an option. We have the power. Alright, I'm not making the other two whiskers right now. Let's get that name vote started. Raichu turned out like this. So I didn't bother making the chain for the tail yet. This is going to have a second piece just like it's stitched together, so it's a little bit more solid. That is the equivalence, and oh yeah, he's got his little fried egg feet. That's Raichu. Thank you, honey. Okay, we have... Yeah, his name is Sparky. You named him. You don't even know it, but you were instrumental in this whole process. Okay, so we have Dinero. We have Mozzarella. We have... Ah, it's getting away. We have Charcuterie. And then I have to pick. And I'm going to pick. I have to pick between Soup, Chatty Catty, or Cheesecake. Cheesecake's a very cute name. I like Cheesecake. In my opinion, we will remove Cheesecake and Charcuterie. No, I like Charcuterie. Soup? Alright, the people want Soup? Alright, we'll do Soup instead. I like Charcuterie. That's why that name makes it onto the list. But to be fair though, I also like Mozzarella, Dinero, and Soup. These are 4 excellent names. Do not let me influence you. Respect history, vote for Mozzarella. Persian's name is Parmesan. So there was a cheese theme for the cheese cats. Alright, I'm gonna make a little eyeball. I need some white. Here we go. And let's see, the eye shape. I never really drew it out, but it needs to be kind of... So if we start with a circle, and just give it like a little lilt on one side, and then we can stitch on some fancy eyeliner and an iris, or a pupil, sorry. So I can work with that. First I'm just going to first I'm going to try just doing it all in the same magic ring, and then we'll see if we need to do a second row instead. Because, where's my Raichu? He's over there. Because I don't know if just a magic ring is big enough. That might be the right size for what we're doing here. It is. Okay. The eyes. The eyes have it. Mitch votes for Mozzarella because I always like cheesy jokes. Excellent. Excellent taste. Charcuterie can be the next cat Pokemon I make, or cats have cheese theme. That's true. Charcuterie was just such a fun pun. It captured the imagination. But like Meowtzarella was the name that we originally was like Meowtzarella and Parmesan. It's cute. So like that makes sense to me too. Magic ring, 3 single crochet and a half double and a double and a half double, and then we finished off. Oh, almost missed the name vote, but you didn't. It's still running. Okay. Okay, the sewing is going to do a lot of work for this eyepiece. But for now, we'll just pin that on. Do I have any black pins, or have I used them all for other purposes? Oh, I used them all for just regular pinning. This is nonsense. I need to pay more attention. Okay, do 2 little purple pins for that. I'm going to make both eyes now because sometimes it's easier to only make one of each thing, but sometimes you just need a couple extras to help fill it in. TCG stands for the card game. I missed the context of the question though. There's an artist for the card game who does knit or crochet Pokemon with the cards. Asaka Ito. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, I saw the crochet. Is it a Magnemite or is that the polymer clay one? In any case, I have seen some of these crochet cards and I think they're glorious. Our Crochetdex is going to be a little bit more complete, but theirs is official, so counts for more. What else was I going to say? Something interesting there. I had an interesting thought, and it has been released into the universe, and I have no idea where it went. Oh, the cards. There are some absolutely adorable little cards coming out. I've never been a collector of the cards. I don't have any of them, but there's this one Charmander card that has... I just find it so charming. It's a Charmander on the inside of a glass window with his nose smushed against the glass, looking at a little Pidgey who just so clearly knows it's antagonizing the Charmander inside the building, but is doing its best to ignore him. And it's like, if this was the card, right? You've got like a window, and then you've got like your little Charmander with his nose smushed up against the glass, looking very like, yeah, I want to get him. And then you've got little Pidgey just being like, peep. Happy little Pidgey. You know, forgetting momentarily what Pidgey looks like. It's a card that looks like this, right? I love this card. It is the best, and it makes me want to collect the cards, and I know I have to stay away from that. I am too much of a collector. If I start, I'm going to end up in trouble, and it's not like they're easy to find anyway. So it's kind of like the whole coffee thing. I don't ever want to have to quit caffeine, so I didn't start drinking coffee, and I'm grateful for that decision now. I'm not going to start collecting the cards, even if I think that one is just the cutest thing. I would buy an art print of that card, but I don't think they do that. There's also a very sweet Bulbasaur one that's very, very pretty, of a Bulbasaur in a garden. But that Charmander one just captures a whole little story so well. Yeah, got some eyes. Meow. That Charmander card is so cool. It's the promo that's included in the Obsidian Flames Elite Trainer Box. There we go. Yeah, it's £60 on its own. That's what I mean. Like, it's an expensive hobby. I should look up the artist of it, though, and see what other work they've done and see if they've got anything else that appeals to me. Because, like, that can be a really cool way to find art for your walls. Yes. Okay. Alright. We definitely have a name at this point. I'm just going to close the poll off. So, Meowth is officially named Meowtzarella. Spelling to be announced, but close enough. Meowtzarella. If I don't write him down, I forget him, and then I have to come back and watch the streams again later. Okay, so we have named our kitten. Let's make him his little dollar. His little dollary-do. Do I want to do that as like a flat piece, or do I want to do it as like a round? I'm thinking round, but we'll fuss with stitch heights again, like we did with the little thing. It means it won't have its lines, but I feel like its lines are like more of a guideline than actual rules, you know? It's like the pirate code. He's a very muggy. So I'll do a single, and then like a double, and another double, and a single, single, and a double, and another double, and a single. Yeah, look at that. That's the right little shape. It's approximately the right size. I am pleased with this. I'm going to call this his coin. It's a magic ring of single, double, double, single, single, double, double. Why did I not abbreviate this? Why am I writing out all the stitches individual? Who knows? But we did it. Yeah, Nat, some of those cards get really expensive. They are very much collector's items. So I live vicariously through watching certain YouTubers, or just generally knowing they exist makes me happy. Like, yeah, knowing that that card exists makes me happy. It's not one that's ever going to go down in value, I don't think. It's just not how those little bits of cardboard do. Meowth is currently very surprised, yes. We're going to give him some eyeliner, which should help take him down a notch, but... And then he's going to have his like little mouth, his little nose. Oh, he doesn't have a nose, just a little mouth. My bad. Yeah, he's got the like, ah! I have the app just for the cards collection. Well, I think I may even have the card I'm talking about. Yeah, you might do. It's like, I feel like it's one that they distributed pretty heavily because it's got that much appeal to it. Yes, Darcy, do the thing. Start that book. I ranted about that book already for like an hour today, so we're going to just put that away for myself, but read that book. Ears. I'm a little worried about the ears, I'll admit it. Because like, as mentioned, they're like these little triangles with a little black rim and different colored insides versus outsides, and that's stressful. Normally with triangle ears like this, I'd start at the top and just work it up as like a round piece, basically like a little pyramid, and then just like tuck one's end inside, and that gives you the shape. But because we have this black V on the outside, I could do it as color changes and then just stitch this on afterwards. We could try that. So make a pyramid that's like 2/3 cream, 1/3 brown. That makes sense already because we're already working in triangles. It's something we'll give a go to. It only has to be about this big, so it's like 3 rows. So it's kind of one of those things like we're not going to lose much if it doesn't work out. Let's grab... Okay, I'm just going to clean up my desk a little bit because the claustrophobia is like... I'm not even a claustrophobic person. It's just like I'm very surrounded by stuff in here today and it's getting to me a little bit. Mitch has just gotten to episode 18 in Dungeons and Daddies. Yay! Read it, yeah. It's kind of funny because Meowth is modelled after the lucky cat from Japanese mythology. He is! Maneki no Neko, who saved a Buddhist priest from being struck by lightning because he waved. And the police... My goodness. The priest knelt down to like say hello to him or greet him. Why does he have snake pupils? Because he's super focused. Well, because these are separate pieces, I can absolutely snap on some safety eyes instead if I decide to go that path. It's like... Oh yeah, we could give this kitty the zoomies. You want to see? Oh my goodness. What have you done? Oh, well, I can't undo this. But I want you all to know that this is not my fault. We're gonna do a reveal, okay? Little face down kitten. There we go. A Persian had safety eyes. Goodness, he's got... I don't know if you've ever seen the way cats' pupils like dilate into full-on zoomy mode, but like that is impossible not to see. at the moment. I'm just going to put some little pins in where the teeth will be so that you can get a better idea for that. They are not teeth coloured, but that's because he is cream. It's a little hard to see. So me. I'm going to leave them like this for now. I can always just change them out for sewn on pupils later. As in, like, as I assemble. Yeah, he found the catnip. Everybody run. Stitched on pupils are still an option. It's just like that is a secondary option. Okay, 4, 5, 6 for the tip of the ear. And we'll go okay, not cooperating. We'll front loop only the first stitch. That's fine. 1, 2. See, it's caramel on the inside as well, isn't it? Yep, cool. Release me! Thank you. Sorry for shouting. High on anesthesia after surgery? Yeah. He's got that laser focus. Because his tail's in the way, so I can't like point him at you guys properly, but he's very cute. Okay, so that is the hypothetical tip of the ear. Magic ring 6, 2 single crochet, a brown single crochet, and then back to cream for 3 single crochet. Yes. All right, cool. And so in the next row, we will draw it out so y'all can see what I'm thinking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and that's the brown one. And we're going this way. So we need an increase to fall in this one here. Also in brown. That's going to help encourage that triangle. And we'll do it at the back as well to keep it nice and even. I'm glad you can't point him at us properly. I would be having nightmares. Oh, I'm sorry you don't like our cat. He's looking through my soul. Fair enough. He's seen the void. He is the void. Oh, you know what would have been cool? I don't know what colour Shiny Meowth is, but it would have been really cool if they had have made him like a little black cat. I feel like that could have been a really sweet nod. Because like he's probably just like a slight shade different. Because isn't Shiny Persian green? I don't think that extends to Meowth. Yeah, Daiquiri, if Mitch ever wants to really annoy the full-time professional firefighters, he should remind them that he does their entire job in his free time. Just if he's looking to start something, that's all. Volunteer firefighter brigades are a pretty big deal over here just because we have fire season where everything is on fire. There is a lot of people who do the training and have the uniform and are all prepared, and they just get the call when an emergency situation crops up. Very, very brave people who do it as a volunteer thing. A black version of that with those eyes would not be cute. Yes, it would! He's not the void. Alolan Meowth is the void. Alolan Meowth is the is the dust bunny. Like the thing that you find under the bed in that one corner you can't quite vacuum properly. You know what? Just for that, he's getting propped up. I'm going to borrow some Pokemon here. Hold on. Okay, so we did 2 single crochet, a brown increase, and then back to cream for 2 single crochet and an increase. And we need to flare the sides out now. whereas my starting point, there's so many strands just going everywhere, it's a little hard to keep track of. But I am doing my best. So I'm there and I'm heading this way. So we'll go single crochet and then an increase. And then 3 brown. And then back to cream for an increase. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stitches in total at the moment, and we're going to be adding 2 increases, so we need to get up to 10. And we've already used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 single crochet back to the start. He says, we're not brave people, we're not heroes, we're just people jumping on a truck and going to work. Hard disagree on that. But still, good job him. Big pat on the back from the community over here. Daiquiri tell Mitch he's effing metal. Hard agree. Also, while Magikarp appeared, it did. It's helping prop up the Meowth. Meowth wanted to get a better look at all of you. Is that enough ear? Can I stop? I'm hoping that's... Oh, that's the perfect amount of ear. Look at that. And I'll stitch on a little black edge for it so that it looks all good and right and whatnot. Oh, so he's just sitting there. He's really cute. He might not be reading across the camera, but it is very appealing. Let's snip off all of these ends because my goodness. So a reminder to anybody who needs to hear it. Cut your ear hairs. Yeah. Oh, his eyes, they follow me around the room. That might just be you, Drac. Where did Magikarp and Lechonk came from? Oh, I just grabbed them from, they were just sitting up here. They were on screen for most of the time. They had various moments where they featured earlier today. For various reasons. I'm going to just do the little black edge on it now because I feel like it. But we are quickly approaching the terminus point. Our final stop for today. We have named the little cheese stick. And I'm just going to see... Yeah. These needles have like a slight rough edge right before the little piercing point that gets tangled in my yarn, and it's a sensory nightmare. The yarn on the sketchbook looks like he's eating one long spaghetti. There we go. Little spaghetti dinner for Meowth. Yeah, I need to pay slightly more attention to what I'm doing with my needle because I got distracted then and just pulled it the whole way through. But yeah, I'm leaning towards the safety eyes mostly because Persian already has... Oh, I'm gonna focus. Persian already has the safety eyes, and so like the zoomy eyes feel like they're already part of the lore. Here we go. So I'm just going to start by stitching a very thin border between the brown and the cream, and we can build it up from there. He wouldn't fit on a fire truck, he'd be the size. What? What did I miss there? Ah, the long brown one, sorry. The Magikarp the Magikarp eyes are scary now. Oh dear. Hi, Mitch. Hello to you too. I respect the fact that Mitch has powers and he chooses to use them for good. Like, let's be honest, he's a locksmith, so he could open any door, and he does not fear fire. So, like, there's a lot of room for some pretty chaotic things there. But no, he chooses to use his powers for good, and that's a good thing. There we go. Left me a link in the Discord. Oh, to make a print of my favourite Pokemon card. Thank you, Savvy Banani. I'll look into that. I do intend to look up the artist and just see what they got cooking. Because, like, chances are if you like one thing in someone's style, you probably like everything else, or at least some of the other stuff they've been working on. Stitching. This is not a super interesting part of the thing. It's too late to name him Garfield. We've named him Meowth. The name is locked in, locked and loaded. Oh, artist is in post stream notes. Thank you, honey. Okay, so that's a double layer of stitches. I can potentially go back and add more, but it gives the right idea. This is enough that I'll pin it on in this shape. I just wanted to make sure that, like, it was going to read correctly for you guys. Because I feel like for the last couple of streams I've been cutting things off before you guys have gotten a real chance to see what they're actually going to look like. And just because I know they're going to look okay does not mean that you guys are getting the proper, like, payoff from having put in the hours. You guys are here doing the work too. So, there we go. Alright, so the black is not quite as thick as it looks in a lot of them, so I might go back and add a third layer, but for now that will do the trick. In fact, I might go back and just like circle over the top of that whole layer of stitches. But the foundation is there, so the idea is there. My tortie is hitting the space bar every time I grab a pin, so if that's typing anywhere, you know what's happening. That's what that noise is too. Ready? And there is Meowth, that's right. So he still needs some paw beans, he needs like the other half of his stuff. But that's Meowth. We'll give him some eyeliner, a little mouth to stitch on. He's looking a little spaghetti monstery, but I think that's pretty good. Alrighty, so let's pull Raichu back into frame so you can get another look at him. So today we made Sparky and we made Meowth, and I'll pull open that Pokédex again because I'm pretty proud of it at the moment. And let's see, we'll grab... I will do the reveals. I will not forget to do the reveals. And we will grab Meowth. Lost my train of thought. There he is. Okay, so we have... What am I using as a pointer here? His tail. We have made this box here, completing row 2. We've finished row 3. All missing on row 1 is this Venusaur. Venomoth has not been made, but we have just made Meowth. That's where you go. That's your home. And the rest of that row's done. We have Alakazam in the mix, but not quite finished yet. Grime is not made yet. Ghastly is on hold, just for now, while I work out how to do his ghosty bits. Hypno is half done from last week. Krabby is still pending. We've got a little pending Rhyhorn here. That's Kangaskhan, Seaking, Gyarados, Zapdos, Kabutops, and Mewtwo. But that's it. We're down to our final 12. Like, that's just it. We're nearly done. Oh yeah, people, you gotta remember to lick the stream. That's important. It is really hard to avoid politics, Nat. They are everywhere. We just try and keep this a happy little bubble of, like, while we can. Alright, I'm gonna do the reveals, and then we're gonna wrap it up for the day. So let's close this Pokédex. I should have done the reveals first, out of respect of anybody just hanging in there to see them. So, Meowth, you get your butt out the way. So, today we managed to cut the power and make the grab. So, was that a successful heist? I feel like that's a pretty successful heist. We didn't manage to get away, but we still heisted. So I'm going to allow it. I feel like these two could pretty successfully pull it off if they wanted to. So the distraction, I saw many of you guess it, is Kadabra. There we go. You got half erased very early on. Now, the person cutting the glass, not the grass, as a bunch of you thought it said, though honestly he would have worked for either, is Kabutops. He's there just mowing. But I can see him just doing that little thing where like he like cuts the circle in the window, grabs the gem, puts the circle back. And our little getaway driver, or the person responsible for the getaway, I should say, was Venomoth. So they were our heist team for today, and I think that between Raichu and Meowth, I reckon they would have gotten the job done, frankly. I don't think they needed everybody else. I'm proud of you too, Andy. Good job. Thank you to everybody who turns up to these streams and provides the emotional support. We are getting so close to finishing Gen 1. Happy time zone to Sir Grey as well. Yeah. Alright, sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat when I should be signing off. So, alright, everybody have a happy time zone, and I will see you all next week. I don't think I've forgotten anything, so bye.